stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. We are here again. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Without further ado, we're just gonna get into it because you already know the name. We-On-Loc Nation. Right now, we're just gonna go on ahead to the person that I mentioned earlier. The person or persons that I've mentioned earlier. I said a lot of things today. Like I said, I wasn't planning on going live today. I wasn't planning on going live at all. But just some people just hurt the fuck out of me. So we're just gonna go ahead and we're just gonna get into it, fam. We're just gonna go ahead and get into it. And I did mention like, share, and subscribe.
Black family advocate. You are a non. Going through this, we got reactionaries in the Black community trying to silence the warriors of the community. And the founder of Black Lives Matter Pittsburgh, I don't know the sister, but the founder of Black Lives Matter Pittsburgh tried to get me canceled from today's convention because I don't support rainbow ganging. And because I don't support rainbow ganging, she wanted me snatched from today's conference. I'm the foremost certified school psychologist for our people in this country. I'm not coming to Pittsburgh to talk about rainbow ganging. I am not here to discuss rainbow ganging. I am here to talk about the state of Black Pennsylvania. I am here to talk about the state of Western Pennsylvania. I am here to talk about my brothers and sisters in Allegheny County, McKeesport, Penn Hills. I am here to talk about Black Pennsylvania. To breathe. I don't have to agree with your lifestyle in order to talk about Black children. I don't have to agree.
So what's the problem? We're reviewing some old shit because of what? I just have one question to ask for the Black people in the room. Are you scared of white people? Because if this serves correct, Jimmy Kimmel got his show booted off the air, or he got fired from CBS, NBC. I don't watch Jimmy Kimmel. I could care less about Jimmy Kimmel, but this goes to show you that freedom of speech ain't free. So are you afraid of what a revolutionary like Umar would do? Are you afraid of the white power? Are you afraid of white folk? Are you afraid of white people? That's just my question. Are you so anal about you? Are you pussy? Let's just keep it 100. Are you so pussy that you would actually side with the white power structure? You would actually side with these people that run these networks? YouTube, Rumble, all alike. You mean to tell me you can't exercise your freedom of speech, but yet you're turning into what some of these Black folks are turning into, and that's conservatives. You sound like what Anakin would call precipitous conservatives. Or anybody has the right to say what they want to say. So what's the problem?
But you would dare try to get me canceled because I don't agree with your lifestyle? I don't have to agree with your lifestyle. Muslims don't agree with Christians, but that doesn't mean they wish harm against them. Democrats don't agree with Republicans, but that doesn't mean they wish harm against them. Communists don't agree with capitalists, but that doesn't mean they wish harm
against you. You
see who takes the.
You never said she was wishing harm against you. Why are you giving stupid examples?
You're missing the point. You're missing the total point, but I'm gonna let him go.
First of all, when one of us hurts, all of us hurts. Don't put an S on hurt, okay? You said that wrong, but she's not wishing harm against you. She just don't want you to be there. And it's probably because of your reputation. She just picked the one thing that she thought would help her get you taken off.
Wrong. She's an agent. All people of all cults have what we call agents. Whether if you're LGBTQ, A, 1A, 1B, 1C, Black Lives Matter, all of them have agents. And for a revolutionary like Umar to come along and to get these people right, that's a threat to society, you dumb shit. Obviously, I'm trying not to go there.
but your whole body of work, the person you are, the person you present yourself to be, the person.
Yeah, the person that you fear the most, the person that you can't even debate against, the person that has inspired a lot of people throughout the years, a lot of people. And that's a threat. Just, I wonder what your, I mean, I'm not going to shit on your educational skills. I don't know if you have education or not, but you have to realize the world that you're in. You obviously you don't get it. You don't get it. And it's like I said, you accept the Billy Porters of the world. You accept that because you often, people like this often will say this. They will say this. He's not affecting me. Why should it affect you? He's not affecting me, but he's affecting my son. Don't you see that? He's affecting my daughter. Don't you see that? The part of things being seen, part of things that are being seen should be unseen. As they say in the Bible, do not touch the unclean thing. And by your lips, you would rather people touch the unclean thing because, once again, it's not our business. It's not our business. I ain't in their business. Why should it be your business? So, of another, if a gay person interacts with your son, you ain't got no problem with that. I'm gonna say it again. If a gay person interacts with your son, and he's wearing all types of makeup and root pollen the shit all around, whatever it is they do, you have no problems with that? Is that what you're trying to say?
And we know you are. That's why she don't want you up there.
What I find so hypocritical about your community, Miss Black Lives Matter, what I find so hypocritical about your community.
Black Lives Matter. Didn't they take about $3 billion or something like that? Buy mansions with that shit? Was it 3 million or 3 billion?
Is y'all preach tolerance. Y'all want everybody to be tolerant towards you. You want everybody to be tolerant about you, but you don't want to tolerate nobody else's opinion.
Caught you. I caught you early. I caught you just a few minutes ago. What you doing? What you doing over here?
Everybody's supposed to tolerate you. Everybody's supposed to sit down and let other people do what we want to do. I have never wished harm against your people. And I wish.
But that's the point. If you made your decision. But it should never cross that line with a child. If I'm reading that right, would it matter if a person was gay or not? Would it matter if a person was gay or not if they were to cross a line with a child? No, it's unacceptable. I don't see what the fucking world thinks of this shit, man. It's really irking my nerves. Or what it has nothing to. It has everything to do with your numbers. Your shit is dwindling, and for a specific purpose. A specific purpose, but y'all don't see it. You will.
Harm against your people. I have never wished death or destruction against your people, but you lied to the Pittsburgh community. You lied to the Pittsburgh community. You tried to make them think that I'm a hater of your community. You tried to make them think that I was harm and destruction against your community. You are dishonest, you are disingenuous, and you are a hypocrite. I thought Black Lives Matter was for all Black people. I thought Black Lives Matter was for all Black people. I get it. Black Lives Matter is only for Black people who support rainbow ganging. Then say that and stand on it.
This is coming from the man who wants to, for lack of better words, ostracize any Black person that is part of the LGBTQ community.
With Lucidchart, you can clearly communicate your best and
This is coming from a man who wants to get rid of every Black person who chooses to date outside of their race. You are doing and have done the very thing you are accusing this woman of doing. And I'm saying this again because maybe you need to hear it a couple times. Maybe you need to hear it 3 times. So I need to say it one more in this video. But don't put an S on her in that sentence, okay? No S goes on that.
I'll say this. You can date with whoever you want to date, right? But don't come crying to the Black community said that this white woman or this white man did this to me. I don't even want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. And I do not want to hear anything about growth in the Black community. We should grow Black families, to grow Black unity, to grow Black economics and Black excellence. I don't want to hear none of that shit. None of it. And it don't make no sense. How the fuck you gonna have how you gonna talk about the Black family and you got a white person infiltrate? It wouldn't happen around certain leaders, I'll tell you that much.
But let's go.
If Black Lives Matter is only for Black people who support me, then say that and stand on it. How dare you try to stop me from coming to Pittsburgh, a place where I've only been a handful of times? How dare you try to get me canceled from today's Black?
I mean, this is old, and he's been to plenty of universities throughout the times. But plenty of universities, spoke at high schools, spoke at international schools. It doesn't get no better than, but people that detractors try to get him canceled numerous times, wrote false letters and stuff. They're just jealous of this guy. They really hate this guy, just like this dude. He really hates this guy.
Health and Equity Summit. How dare you, with my credentials, my experience, my background, my expertise, how dare you try to get me canceled from today's convention because I don't like your lifestyle? I don't have to agree with you. Barack Obama doesn't dictate my political beliefs.
Oh, I almost forgot. I'm going to show you how it got started. For those of you who don't know, I'm going to show you how this got started in a minute.
Joe Biden doesn't dictate my political beliefs. The Black Lives Matter organization doesn't dictate my political, and nobody gonna force me to accept anything that I consider to be a threat.
I'll tell you. You know the reason why I say that? It is 2025. 2025. I'm waiting for 2026 to roll around because, I mean, it's going to get quite interesting from here on in. And the one thing that we often preach about, we praise the people. We praise all these other people. We praise Trump. We praise Biden. We praise everyone that makes us feel good. We praise everyone that has a let us see it, and when they do present it to you, which they do have an obligation to show it to you. You think if they build something if they build something, not necessarily for you, because it has nothing to do with you. Because number one, you don't own it. Ownership. You don't own it. You're talking about owning something for a change. What do we own and control in this country? When they build it for you, it's a feel-good moment. We are not used to, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this with sincerity. We as a people are not used to a finger pointing. You're always talking about accountability, right? Hold yourselves accountable. I think you need to look at this is the reason why I don't do the census. This is one of the reasons why I don't do the census. I don't pay no attention to the census because they don't make no sense. I go by the eye test. I look around and say, what the hell do we have? We have nothing. And just because a man does this to you, it says, get your shit in order. You're like, how dare he talk to me that way? How dare you? You don't own me. Here comes, you don't own me. You ain't my daddy. You don't own me. You ain't my daddy. We're going to phone in. You know who I praise. I praise the Most High, and even the Most High said, build a house not of straw, but of brick. And we praise, when I say brick by brick by brick, foundation by foundation by foundation. It's incredible. This is the same man and even the people before him. Even the people before him have preached this same message. Build your foundations brick by brick by brick. We ain't build nothing but build our foundations through straw. And wonder why we give it away and give it away and give it away. BET, Viacom, give it away. Hotels, give it away. Airports, give it away.
Nobody's going to force me to accept anything that I consider to be a threat to the survival traditional Black family. Let me be very clear.
And she believes she has this same opinion, Umar. She considers you to be a threat. Guess what? A lot of us think the same way, me included.
Really? Umar's a threat. Umar's a threat. Who is he a threat to? He's a threat to you because you ain't got shit to show for nothing. All you got is a microphone and a mic. Or rather, you got a microphone, some headphones, and I'm going to leave that other part alone. So you automatically advocate for LGBTQ. Is that what you talk about? He wants to take away your right to become gay. He wants to take away your right to become gay. He wants to take away your right to become a fruit ball. Okay. All right. All right. He wants to take away your liberty and your freedom. YMCA. If you don't get out of my face with this garbage ass shit, I wonder what your sons think about that. I wonder what any kid around your block, around your area think about this. Oh, they can't think because their brains are undeveloped. So that means, again, a 12-year-old, according to the system, a 12-year-old can get to decide whether he can become a she and she can become a he. And there's nothing, not a damn thing parents can do or say about it. If they get a hold to I think it was called a physician, like one of those doctors or whatever they call. Like my daughter and my son, they get checkups, which I don't particularly like, but they're, my daughter, she's around 14. My son's 11. He will be 12 soon. He'll be 12 in October. So if they want, they can make a decision whether a 12-year-old can be a boy turn into a girl or a girl turn into a boy, vis-a-vis Dwayne Wade's son. Yes, I said son, not daughter.
You're not good for us. We wish you would just, exit stage left. But
okay, we'll exit stage left. I told you earlier ago, you're out. You are out. Go with them. Go over there with those Black Americans, those Black conservatives, or whoever they're called. Go over there with them. And when they hang you out to dry, do not bring your black ass over here when things get good. When things get good, please don't bring your black ass over.
That's something else to do. Okay. I don't know. Like, get another job.
I like playing that game. Just for future reference, I like playing that game.
There'd be a dude, when they do road construction, it's a dude holding up the stop sign. Okay, do that. Okay, no disrespect to y'all. Who's it? Umar just seems like he's, that's what he's supposed to be doing. Not talking to nobody, not handling anything, just holding up the stop sign. Okay.
See, the hate is so surreal. So surreal, but if anything were to happen to this man's family, I bet you he'll be on the front line. I bet you that. I bet you he'll be on the front line with a weapon side by him. But we too good for that. We too good to listen to hell, even our elders. We don't like purchasing from, us black folks don't like purchasing from black people. So what does that say about him in particular? I think in this sense, I'm just gonna guess he does not like pro-blacks. I'm just gonna assume that. All right. I'm just gonna assume he does not like pro-blacks at all. Maybe not. I don't know.
Let's go.
I am a traditional black family advocate. You are family advocate, and that's all right.
Heifer, I'm a heterosexual. I am not claustrophobic and nor homophobic. I'm not afraid of any motherfucking body. But God himself, or God's not a he or she, God's a supreme entity, a supreme being. I'm afraid of the harm that it will cause our children. Can we all, so do we all agree that this very thing, this very agenda is hurting our children? Can we agree upon that? Put a one in the chat if you think that it's the agenda itself is hurting our children. If you think it's helping, put a 2 in there. If you think it's helping, put a 1, or put a 2 if you think it's helping. Put a 1 if you think it's not helping. And I'll leave that, your name and your name alone, you should be against stuff like that. Muslims are against things like that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the sinner. There's nothing wrong with this. I mean, we love the human being. We just hate the sin. But you're putting it on our children. And this is what this nut job don't understand. He does not get it. He does not understand it, don't want to understand it. That's why he's so goddamn hateful.
Non-traditional Black family advocate, and that's all right. We can agree to disagree, but I will never try to get you banned. I will never try to get you censored.
He was being not ostracized, but this is any revolutionary. This is any pro-Black speaker. Any pro-Black speaker. Like who's the I forgot what the brother's name was on CNN. Wears glasses. His last name is Jones. I seen him today, and I heard him today and praising old Charlie Kirk. Just a sidebar. I've seen him just praising old Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was a good man, and our brother. Why we keep calling this white supremacist our brother? Why do we keep doing that? Why do we keep doing that? Oh, let's go.
Not go behind your back and spread lies against you just because I don't agree with you like you did me. Miss Black Lives Matter Pittsburgh, you were wrong, sister. You were dead wrong for condemning my name, trying to shame me, trying to repudiate and reject me. I do not have to agree with your lifestyle. The United States of America gives you a right to rainbow gang. And so I must tolerate your right to rainbow gang, but I do not have to agree with it. Traditional Black family advocate right here. Where are my traditional Black family advocates at? Where are all my traditional Black family advocates at? If you are a traditional Black family advocate, you have to stand on your square and not let these European financed Negro.
Yeah, Van Jones. Van Jones had to know, this is our brother. Like, huh? And Jay Wick, you stupid. But well, let me retract that. You're not stupid, you're weak. You're not stupid, you're weak. Clip that, send it to them. Let them know that I said that. Because again, praise all God, oh Lord, almighty God, oh white God, oh blonde hair and blue-eyed God. Charlie Kirk was a great man. He did nothing wrong. He did. Wait, where am I? Hold on a second. hold on. He did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong. He was a good man. All he had was an opinion. That's all he had was an opinion. And he got shot for it. And people were celebrating in the streets and celebrating and celebrating and celebrating. Oh, he was a good Christian man.
Rules in our community. No European financed Negro is going to come and try to silence King Kong consciousness. I'm the main one helping our parents save our children, not you. Not you. I got receipts to prove my worth and my work.
Show 'em. Show 'em.
Look on the internet hard enough and you'll find them. I have them on my channel. Lisa, how many times have I showed Umar actually putting in work? How many times have I showed it? Whether it be at the school or speaking engagements, interacting with children, how often have I shown the work, shown Umar's work? How often? How often have I shown? Be honest, how often have I shown it?
You say you got them? Show them. I know I'm just a what you call me? A YouTubian struggle streamer, okay? But show the receipts. I'll report on them.
Imagine being able to build anything.
Imagine, I'll show the receipts. Sure you would.
Don't just talk about it, Umar. You got to be about it. Show us.
Us.
Because I haven't seen.
Us. There is no us. Who are you preferring? Hello? Are you talking? Are you talking to yourself? There ain't no us. We don't recognize you at all, sir. If you're gonna go through this much trouble to not only show old clips, because this is a year, it's like almost a year and a half. This is a year and a half old clip. He's been in too many speaking engagements. I got one right here. I'll even show an old clip of him going and he's speaking. Oh my goodness. And the crowd goes wild. He was in a speaking engagement in, I think, Britain, going toe to toe against Elon Musk's dad. But there were two different, but the reason I'm reviewing this is because there were two similar clips. One, the other one I commented in the comment section of like, whatever, you're wasting my time. But this one kind of irked my nerves because we're not seeing the forest from the trees. We're not seeing what this system is capable of doing, not just to you, not just to me, but to our children. If we got a grasp on it, because I know what the system is, I know what the system is capable of doing. And if you had comments, and I'm not dragging anybody in here, if you had any type of decency, any type of common sense, you know what this system here in the United States of America, what it would do to you, or what it would do to our children. Do you not see that? Do you not have a problem with a girl going into the boys' bathroom? Do you have a problem with a boy going into the girls' bathroom? There is no unisex bathroom in schools. None that I know of. Do you know any unisex bathrooms? I don't know any. In junior high, high school, college, I don't know any. Do you?
Nobody come up and say, Umar did good for me. Not one. But let's go.
I got receipts to prove my worth and my work. I didn't come here for no drama, but I'll be damned if I'm gonna be bullied by any European financed Negro. You must be out of your mind. Who do you think I am? You can't control me with slander. You can't control me with repudiation. You can't control me with denigrating my name. I want everybody to know Black Lives Matter Pittsburgh chapter president tried to get me canceled. I don't even discuss rainbow affairs unless I'm asked about it. The Rainbow Nation is not my priority. The Rainbow Nation is not my priority. I'm repping for the 2 billion Africans of the planet Earth. I'm repping for the 2 billion Africans of the planet Earth. I'm repping for the 2 billion Africans of the planet Earth. And guess what? I don't support violence against nobody. And I ain't got a problem saying that. I don't support violence against nobody.
But the minute he came out with that message, people just, I don't understand. I don't understand this, yo. This is bullshit. I'm just gonna say it out. Black community, this community is bullshit. Just straight bullshit. You got one person fighting against. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and look for a specific video of mine that I did. Right? I'm gonna look for a specific video of mine that I did, and I asked this question of him. I mean, is it worth it? Is it worth it at this point? No, I don't think it is to me, because I see the reactions and I see the actions to the reaction. And boy, oh boy, it's 9/22/2025. No needle has moved. No progress. We hadn't even hit the streets, let alone. And quite frankly, I'm getting tired of the protesting. But if you're gonna protest, have some action behind it. It's damn near too little, too late. 50 years of this garbage. And yet you had leader after leader after leader after leader after leader after leader. They're all freaking gone. Who's left? Nobody. Louis Farrakhan is 93 years old. Looking good too for a 93-year-old. Looking great. Do I consider him my leader? Not really. But I love to listen to him. I love to listen to Louis Farrakhan. Louis Farrakhan, it damn near almost like he gives me hope. But the man ain't gonna help you organize. He's too old. We're just waiting on the person who's going to come after him. After him, there will be no more. Do you understand? You're going to have these people here, and these people here, and these people here, and they ain't going to uplift you. They are not going to uplift you. You got all these rappers and all these basketball players making all this freaking money. And what does it go to show for? You've made over damn near $1 trillion. $1 trillion freaking dollars between rap artists, sports people, rap artists. You making all this money, ain't nothing to show for it, but yet you have a problem with him making $1 million. hardly ever. Let's just say for the sake of argument that Umar did make $1 million. Let's just say for the sake of argument. Let's just say it was 1.3. Do you think that's enough to open up a school? Do you think it's enough to open up a school? So if you go to a realtor today, you say, I got $1.3 million in the bank. They're going to say, okay, that's a startup kit. After the 1.3 million is gone, you got reservations up the wazoo. You got taxes up the wazoo, which everybody's a tax agent now. You got taxes up the wazoo. You got bills up the wazoo. If you forget, the money's gone. The money is gone. So you have this up the wazoo, that up the wazoo. Peaches. You ain't got no money left. And Yvette Cornell, as sorry as that thing is, I would advocate to say that she was right. A school of that magnitude, and I give her credit for this, a school of that magnitude usually takes $3 to $5 million. $3 to $5 million, but he's already reservated the tiny school and the gymnasium across the street. But we don't want to give them no type of credit, no nothing. No credit, no money, no credit, no nothing. It's all right.
Body. That's right. That's right. I don't support murder unless it's for murder and sex abuse and child abuse. That's right. You have a right to live. You have a right to work. You have a right to a decent life. Nobody's stopping that. But marriage for me is between a man and a woman. You want to call me names because I believe marriage is between a man and a woman? You want to call me names and repudiate me and slander me because I believe marriage is between a man and a woman? Then you go ahead and do that. Understand, overstand, and understand.
Man, love who you want to love, man. Be with whoever you want to be with. It don't affect me none. It don't upset me none. I am a straight male.
How do we know that?
But what you do in your bedroom, I could care less. It doesn't affect me.
Welcome to the greatest show on earth.
How do we know that?
Why does this affect him so much?
I already told you why it's affecting. It should affect all of us because as an adult, it don't affect me, but as a child, it does affect me because a child is not old enough to make decisions. The child is not old enough to drink. The child is not old enough to smoke. The child is not old enough to have sex. Stupid. The child is not old enough to drive. The child is not old enough to sign checks. The child is not old enough to buy a house, buy a car. He is a dependent. For an adult to say you have the right to do whatever, to be whatever it is you want to be. If you don't want to be a boy no more, you don't have to be. You have the God-given right, and I cringe whenever they say you have a God-given right, and God would. Wait. I wish this was Sodom and Gomorrah. When I think it was, wasn't it Moses? Moses said, "Can you spare 50?" God said, "I'll spare 50. Can you spare 40? If you find 40, I'll spare 40. Can you spare 30? I'll spare 30. Can you spare 20? I'll spare 20. Can you spare 10? I'll spare 10." Look, there ain't nobody being saved. Other than, I forgot what the brother's name was, but that dumb bitch ran. And before she ran, is like, look, he gave instructions. Take your family, get the hell out of there, and do not look back. What the fuck did he do? Turned into a pillar of salt. Kind of salty. That's where we are. That's where we are. We're Sodom and Gomorrah. We're Sodom and Gomorrah. And you know what the trippy thing is? Sometimes when I go out, I don't know who's who. I'm afraid if something happens to my marriage, I don't think I'll be able to date again, because I don't even know who's who. Don't you see that? I don't know who's who. It's scary. You can be a woman. They have it to the point where you can become a woman, have big old titties, big old nice firm titties. Well, pull the pants down to something else. Like, no, bro. Nah. That's that. I am so scared for people, especially these young youths that come from out of town and they go to these live events over here in Las Vegas. I cringe. I'm like, I feel so sorry for you, because the one thing you're gonna do, you're gonna go to the bar after the event, go and get drunk, and end up at Charlie's. What's Charlie's? It's a gay club, but you're too anemic to not know that. Scary.
Why? I got my thoughts, but I could be sued for for make. So I'm gonna keep it to myself. But you know. Let's go.
Understand, overstand, and understand. Understand, overstand, and understand. I have never canceled anybody from the range, but people from the Rainbow Nation stay with my name in your mouth. I have no control over how you live your life, nor am I worried about it. I have no control over how you live your life, nor am I worried about it. But for you to be so selfish, to try to get me canceled from an event that needs my information, needs.
And if you listen, Ali, if you don't like it, you can bounce. This is real talk over here. You don't like it, you can just bounce the fuck up on out. My word is born. If I don't, I say what I say when I say it's the truth. You don't like it, bounce. I am very old school to the heart. It ain't nobody gonna stop me from saying the truth. Word is fucking born. Word is fucking born. Ain't no way that my son is ever going to be in that predicament. Ever in life. Ever. My daughter neither. I would die for them. I would literally die for them. If they have to stay in it, as much as the wicked times that we live in, I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. Y'all just too goddamn sensitive for me. Y'all just way too sensitive. I thought y'all had more control in that. Through the 60s, through the 70s, 80s, and the 90s. And then it got worse on from there. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And they want you to accept what is not there. They want you to accept something that does not exist. But because of the corner of the law, but because you don't have the guts to go down to Washington and start screaming to the hills about reparations, they screamed for you. And they had a law behind it. They have a law stating there will be no hate speech. The Japan, what was it? The no Asian hate law. The no Asian hate law. No Asian hate. Since when do we hate Asians? Since when did we hate Asians? Whatever they did, they put a law behind it. There will be no Asian hate, right or wrong. Right or fucking wrong? How the hell do you have no Asian hate bill? They'll give anybody, any and everybody a crime bill, a hate bill. They'll go right behind you and they will support you. They'll support anybody but you because you don't demand anything, which is quite confusing and quite upsetting. But you get mad at this man for what? And why? 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 It don't make no sense. Your numbers are dwindling. But you'll see.
My expertise needs my advocacy, needs my activism. That is selfish. You're basically saying Black people should not benefit from Dr. Umar because he doesn't support this lifestyle. That is selfish. That's like a Muslim saying the Christians shouldn't come help the Black community because they Christian. I don't try to stop y'all from doing what y'all do. If you think you helping out people, then do you. Then do you.
Mm-hmm.
That hurt. That hurt him. I don't know if anybody has ever tried to get him banned from speaking at anything, but I don't know if that's happened before, but that hurt him. That really hurt him. That got to him. You know, he wouldn't have spent this much time on it if it didn't hurt. And it hurt. And what he's trying to do, he just wants to put this out there to kind of prevent other people from doing the same thing. It's not about her. It's about preventing it from happening again, because he knows if people wake up and realize that, oh shoot, you know, he's coming here to speak at this, but I can just put the word in and stop it from happening. You know what that would do? You know how harmful that would be to his brand?
See what I mean? And of course, you want that to happen. Facts. I personally just say that this guy, Derek, he has a hole in his heart for this man. And rightfully so. But to this magnitude, it's ridiculous. Just because a member of the LGBTQ HIV community said, no, do not come here. I'm like, who the fuck you think you talking to? But this is how it got started. Let me not deviate from that. This is how the fuck it got started. I'm gonna play this and I'll be right back.
question is, the exact definition of hate speech is speech that offends, threatens, insults groups based on race, color, religion, natural origin, sexual orientation, disability, or other traits. That is the definition of hate speech. We can say all day long that we don't hate a particular type of person, but I want to know, how is that rhetoric? Black man, our people are molested, that we are pedophiles. How is that different than white people? You have that on my video. Yes, you have. No, you did say that on my.
I was accused and derided, as some of you guys know, because of my position on sexual confusion in our community. And I understand we may have a few visitors tonight, and I don't mind, okay, of that community. And so I think it's important that I clarify my perspective on black homosexuality and lesbianism so that we're all clear on where I stand. Yes, it is true. Yes, it is true. I'm not doing it. But absolutely false. Anyone says that Dr. Johnson hates any of my brothers and sisters who practice a traditional lifestyle, a non-traditional form of marriage.
Right. So my question is, how is this anti-woman, anti-gay rhetoric different? Some people are homophobic is hate speech, and anti-womanness is hate speech.
Okay. May I respond? Now, first, we got to take emotionalism out of it. We won't be able to dialogue. Okay. I'm going to respond, but for the sake of time, I'm going to answer everybody's question. And if you like, when I'm done, then you can have a private, respectful conversation. Now, okay, well, let me what I'm saying. One, because I got ADHD, I didn't remember everything, but I think I got most of the highlights of what you said. First, homophobia.
Oh, you're going to tell me that's a mental illness from an outdated DSM-3 that's 1973? Don't try it.
That's like
This is not the
DSM-5. Oh, but we're mentally ill. Go ahead. I just want to hear you answer the question.
And I'm going to be respectful. Okay. I picked this up to talk about the fact that homosexualism is no illness in this book. American Psychiatric Association position paper on the removal of homosexuality from this book as a mental illness. And I have it, it's available online. It clearly changed the classification because we had sufficient evidence to prove that people were born this way. So one of the questions that got to be dealt with from the Eurocentric mental health framework that we're dealing with this issue in, why was it removed? Now, having said that, I picked up the book to ask you on what page is illness homophobia. All right, homophobia.
It's not a diagnosis. It's a state of being. It's a state of being.
Phobia. A phobia is in this book.
Okay, so hate speech
and a
against
phobia, phobia is fear. Simple phobia, any type of claustrophobia, it's a fear. You said homophobia. I'm not afraid of nobody. I've been asked by homosexuals and lesbians to have conversations with them on their radio shows. I normally accept the invitation for respectful dialogue. I don't run from the opportunity if it's going to be respectful. Now, I stand by my position as a psychologist, as an educator, as a therapist for nearly 20 years. And in 95% of the cases of gay and lesbians I personally know and met and worked with, most of them were victims of sexual abuse as children. I'm speaking not what some white person wrote in some research study. I'm telling you what I know. Amongst black folk, it is a pathology born of childhood sexual victimization. Denial is at the root of all mental illness. It's easy to say I was born like this, so I don't have to deal with the pain that triggered it. Now, I never said that because you are gay, you want to prey on children sexually. Now, do you have a strong case of homosexuals and lesbians who prey on children? Look at the Roman Catholic Church. We don't have to debate whether or not folks who are sexually confused who may also prefer children. But am I going to wholesale indict the whole population and say because you're gay you want to molest children? I've never said that. I've never said that, and I never will say that. I'm very responsible with my words. Now, you drew a comparison that I want to disagree with. You said, how is me disagreeing with homosexuality? How is that any different from the white man saying black folks was dumb and stupid and this and that? You know what the difference is? That was lies about us. That could be proven. You're wrong. I don't denigrate or downgrade black gays and lesbians. Why would I do that? Do you realize black gay men have one of the highest suicide rates in America?
Because of speech like what you
No.
community.
If what you say is true.
Silence.
Listen,
Why
you're being emotional, my queen.
What about before he was even born? What about before he was even born?
Thank you, sir.
This is how all this BS got started. Is because he's against all that is abnormal. I personally don't care if you like to switch. I don't care if you like to carry around purses. If you are a male, I don't listen. The brothers who I have issues with brothers who paint their nails, but I'll often go, whatever, it must be a new thing nowadays. I it's whatever. It doesn't bother me. I just go, okay, all right, cool, whatever. It used to be I had a problem with niggas going around with these bags that go around the hip, but I realized like that was a thing in the past. And of course, the earrings were supposed to piss off the squares. It used to be you had one set of earrings, then you had two set of earrings. But the Egyptians from back in the day, they wore earrings. And the Homo sapiens, they wore earrings. I just completely just have but you do what you want to do when you're an adult. When you pay bills, you free to listen. If you feel like you don't want to be a heterosexual anymore, and you feel like you've been mistreated or been diagnosed or been like whatever, I get it. Myself personally, I get it. But what you're doing is an abomination. You're taking it back to our women and you're giving HIV to our women. You're giving HIV to our women. Doing that type of shit. You don't know how dangerous this is. This is one of the reasons women don't like to. This is one of the, well, most women anyway. Most women don't even want to go out anymore. It's because too many men are just suspect. Too many men are just sus. expect and what you pick up in movies, what you pick up in porn and stuff like that, that's dangerous. That is dangerous. I don't know any. Look, there's like 1.0 Asians who act gay. I don't know any Mexicans who act gay. You have black and you have white. I don't see any of it in necessity doing that type of act. Billy Porter used to be a heterosexual male. Now he wearing dresses like they out of style. And he's switching better than you. But he still got that voice and he's still humming. Lil Nas X was caught walking around butt-ass naked on the streets. He needed that attention. He needed that attention, didn't he? It's like, where's the party? Where's the party? You know, you got some Negroes who have their kids up late at night. What if you got your kids looking at that and thinking, oh, that's so cute? You wouldn't like that, would you? It's just abnormal. Not even, no, it ain't. Are you serious? So what animal performs a gay act? That sounds crazy. I don't know. Hey, anybody in the chat know of any animal, any dog, any cat, any lion, any tigers, any a moose, a wolverine? Do you know any animal that is the same sex have sex with each other? What exactly? Exactly. What fucking animal is gay? Exactly. This is this. Y'all need to clean up y'all act.
Well, okay, what about 100 years ago, 200 years ago?
What about it?
There's no argument.
I'm asking you. I mean, but you said him.
Exactly.
So what about what was going on before he was born?
He inherited it and he decided to continue the
How?
conversation.
It is a political fact for anyone with common sense. It is a political fact for anyone with common sense. Dr. King was assassinated in 1968. Black Panther Party was destabilized in 1972. Homosexuality became normal in 1974. It is a political fact that homosexuality was declassified as an illness so it could be used to take over the black civil rights struggle. LBGT is what they call the new black. We know it's not black, but they're using it to ignore the black agenda in deference of the LBGT agenda. It is the only minority issue that matters in this country. Now, let me ask you a question, my queen. Since we're talking about freedom of speech and people's rights and looking out for those who are being oppressed and denied their opportunity, where the hell was the LBGT movement when Michael Brown was murdered? Where the hell was Where was up? Y'all don't speak out against what goes on with black folks. No, you don't.
Linda Ferguson, I started organizations here, and maybe
You're talking about you. I'm talking about that movement.
Guess what? The three women that started Black Lives Matter, both Patrice and Alicia, are queer black women, and they're making
talking
sure.
about individuals.
I am talking
about
three
your population.
Women. I am talking about three women that started this movement.
Out against white
Yes,
supremacy.
they do.
And the
Yes,
reason
they do.
LBGT does not, I'm not talking about you as an individual, but the reason why the LBGT movement does not speak out against white supremacy is because they are a part of it.
And you hate him for that? You hate him for that? For speaking truth to facts? I guess we have to question J. Edgar Hoover's methods then. Oh, I can't because he's dead already.
And I love you. That's in love. That's in love. Number 4. Who's my shoes?
Anybody look up our story? Anybody look up? I was say you have a fact. Just prove myself right. Look up the first stories that you are queer, and they are.
Number one. Number one. Excuse me. There's a guy named Abraham Taribe. He canceled that. If you are caught doing that rainbow bullshit, you can be excommunicated, what we call excommunicado. Obviously you don't pay attention. You don't pay attention. Science says it all. Talking about I go to class. You don't pay attention to science, do you? You do not pay attention to science. And I'm still waiting on what animal, what insect, whether it be an insect, a baby elephant, a lion, a tiger, a bear. What same gender animal fucks one another? I wait.
Not about liberation of black people, it's about the liberation of gay people.
I want to deal with that. I want to deal with that. I want to deal with that real quick. Because that is my from the black agenda to feed other people's agendas. Like, and other white feminists told Frederick Douglass that you should not let the black man get the vote until the white woman gets the vote. And Frederick Douglass said the struggle of a whole race ain't got a damn struggle against your man. Queen, that's not together. No, my sister, no. No. The struggle for black folk is a struggle to be treated like a human being.
I think Jay Lamont used to do this. Every animal species, really? Was it? It was in science class. I don't know what science class you was in. I don't know what science class you was in. That's some weird ass shit. You cannot reproduce You cannot reproduce, human or animal. You cannot. And this is the reason why they are shifting that away. But you that's weird. Yeah, that's some suspect shit. That is some suspect shit. But this is what agenda you want to pull. Everybody is human, maybe. Why am I keep going? What you're pulling out there, it's not the fucking same. You're not going to be able to reproduce. That's the whole point of it. You cannot produce a child if you are a gay man. You can't do it. If you are a gay man with another gay man, you cannot produce a child. No matter how they want to scientifically get you pregnant, your brain would explode. What the hell? You believe exactly? This nut believes in Google. You know Google, they do change. You do know that, right? Every time I look something up, it always changes. You can look up Google, Bing, what's another one? You can look up Wikipedia. You can look up all that stuff. All that stuff changes. All that stuff changes. Science, mathematics, all that stuff changes. I remember Terrence. People used to get on me about this. Lady used to get on me about Terrence Howard. She used to get on me about so much about Terrence Howard. And when he said that 1 + 1 = 2, how? One. Well, I'm not a math whiz, but the agenda only she don't know. She don't know. I just don't know. She think that everything is normal. And we should go with the times. Not in this day and age. No. That's why marriages are gone down. Marriages have gone down. Making babies in our community has gone down because we don't trust each other. We just simply do not trust each other. I mean, we are still online talking about marriages. But it's all about how you want to control that marriage if you're a male. But males have this, I don't know about them, but males have this freaking fear of them not making as much money as their counterparts. Like that should even make a difference. But you're the path of your own destruction because you believe this. Why? Shit, I thought Little Richard. I used to think Little Richard was gay. I think he was gay, but at least he had children. He had children by a woman. Like Wild Bob Baloo, Tutti Frutti. He was Tutti Frutti, all right. You know, I mean, I don't mean to disrespect the late great Little Richard. Little Richard. I grew up around Little Richard. He had that one song that was hip that made the industry go wow. Helped James Brown, helped a whole bunch of other people. But the boy was flamboyant as fuck. But at least he had kids. That's crazy, yo. That is fucking crazy. So we got another knucklehead that we gotta pay tribute to. We got another knucklehead that we have to pay tribute to. Yeah, but while I do all that, this is give me some time to refresh some stuff. Just give me some time to refresh some stuff. We'll be right back after this messages.
Charlie Kirk was not racist. Charlie Kirk was not racist. Charlie Kirk's goal for black people is to get out of the oppression mindset. Do y'all know that accepting oppression into your life is a word curse? A word curse. There's life and death on our tongue. When you choose to accept that you are oppressed, you are welcoming poverty and all the things that are not of God in your life. When you claim that you are a Christian, but yet you're following leaders who are marching around these streets saying, oh, democracy this and democracy that, we are the oppressed people. You are literally following the opposite of what God teaches in the Bible. The Lord freed us from oppression. That's the doctrine that I follow. Those are the words that I follow. Those are the words that Charlie Kirk also followed when he was here. Amen. So many of us black people choose to glamorize victimhood. I'm a victim of this, I'm a victim of that, but you don't want to accept accountability for anything that you do in your own life. Everything is everyone else's fault, but not your own. Charlie Kirk's message to black people was for us to be better. A lot of us actually have more, actually are doing well, but we are brainwashed and allowing these political leaders to tell us how we should think. Think about that. That's nonsense. The devil is a liar. Like, for real, y'all. Seriously. I have said this before. When you do your research on political parties, you're going to know who you should follow and who you should not follow. I am an independent because I choose to be underneath the covenant of the Heavenly Father. Amen. I'm just telling you, for those of you who are so loyal and so locked in with the Democrat Party, you don't even know that they are taking you to the land of destruction. They don't care about you. They never did. They never will. And they won't ever. They won't ever do anything for you that's going to benefit you. They only do things to benefit them. Literally. Black man, black woman, black people, you are not oppressed. You are beautiful. You can do anything and everything that you want to do. Anything and everything that you want to put your mind to, you can do it. You have the same opportunity as the next man who is not the same race as you. You have the same opportunity. In fact, there are black people who have proven that you can be successful. These black activists are the examples of that. They have proven to you, they have proven to us that you can become successful, right? But will they share that success with you? No. Because they bank off of your victimness. They bank off of you having the victim mentality. Forgive me for saying that word victimist, because I know that's not a word. But y'all get my point. They make money off of us feeling down and low. Feeling like we need them to be the voice for the people. Wake up, y'all. Because that's all Charlie Kirk was doing for us. Wake up. These black activists, ain't it? They want you to stay down because they make money off of you. They're using you. You're not oppressed. You're not. And the moment you all realize that, you're going to have so much freedom. You're going to have so much freedom. And the moment you start walking in that freedom, that's when you become a threat to democracy. Because we're not living in democracy. We're living underneath republic. That's why we're able to do all the things that we're able to do. But y'all understand this, my fellow black men and women, you are not oppressed people. We are free. We live in a free country. It is time for us to believe in that thing. Amen and amen.
Yeah, please come out. Erica, please come out. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, and good luck. God be with you. Thank you.
There was at least, I want to say, 180,000, estimating 180,000 people attending Charlie Kirk's whatever. A newborn baby mama, Umar's. I'm not listening to you. I'm really not. Your hatred for that man is obscure, but we got another hateful person that we must debunk. We have another hateful person that we must debunk.
Okay. And then keep working towards it, but at least you'll have a job.
Because that's looking to sell your house.
God dang it.
That's what he does. He gets in the videos and then he says, I'm up here working at 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay, well, why are people giving you money to do that? That's not your full-time job. Like, this is what you wanted. You wanted to open up a school. And now you want to obligate people to this. Something you wanted to do. But he can't present one invoice from a vendor to show that anything was done to electricity or the plumbing or the HVAC or painting or getting rid of the mold or cutting the...
Why does he have to show you anything? The proof is in the pudding. You have people in there every other day putting in the work. That should be good enough for you. But let me continue.
Grass. I mean, he can't show any of that. And yet no one wants to ask him, what did you do with all the money? We want to see some receipts of how you spent that money. Nothing. So the IRS is going to be answering those questions real soon.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do? You gonna call the IRS? You call the IRS. You can call the police. You can call the FBI. Oh, I forgot. All that's been done already. And he still stands tall now. The whole tax thing. I'm not good with taxes, but I do know that he has a person who does his taxes. I don't know who that person is. And as far as the receipt's concerned, I originally show receipts every day. Hell, Philly Phil shows receipts every day. D. Durrell at one point showed receipts every day. There are numerous of people who have actually shown receipts. Even his enemies are shown like they had no choice but to say, oh shit, he is actually putting in work. He is actually putting in work in this school. Why the hell would he buy a $13 million school just not putting any work on school? Get real.
He's a clown. Oh man. Yeah, donations. I need solar panels. Oh man.
I gave Manny. Let's move on.
Some Umar supporters in the chat. Oh, with Jesus loves the trolls as well. Yeah, I don't, unless they get weird and just crazy. I try to preserve free speech. But Anonymous, her 14-year-old daughter at Layla Club. Oh my God. So this brother polite person pled guilty to violating his.
Oh God, we're gonna move forward.
I've been in this place for a long time. Okay, now listen, you got good ideas, baby. You got good ideas. Your execution is not as good. Okay, your follow through not as good. The ideas though are great. Entrepreneurship is not for everybody, and that doesn't mean it's not for you. But right now, these last few months, few years, you know what I'm talking about. Maybe it ain't been working for you, okay? And you doing a lot of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Okay, you done got yourself in some mess, and it's time for you to get a job. You hear me? You just gonna need to get a job for a little while. Okay, it don't mean your ideas ain't good. Okay, it don't mean that maybe one day you could be a good entrepreneur. But you have proven to yourself and everybody else that you owe money to, okay, that it ain't working right now. Okay, it ain't worked for a while. It actually has never worked yet. Doesn't mean it won't ever work. But right now, you need to go to work.
Amen.
You're going to need to get a job.
Amen.
Okay? And then keep working towards it. But at least you'll have a job while you are pursuing that thing. But right now, you need to get a job, baby.
Thank you.
All right? That's it. I love you. They're going to about your business. Okay, have a good night. Tomorrow, have a good day. But even if you can't have a good one, don't you dare go messing up nobody else's here. Don't be mad at me.
Heifer, please. He does have a job protecting y'all black asses. And to reserve as much energy as he can, because he has wasted so much energy trying to profess to y'all how good of a works he is doing. And he is doing good works. But again, psychologically and spiritually, we have crashed. We are just like the market. Our spirituality, good importance, our psychological, how we think, how we feel, has crashed, has dipped a certain percentage. I mean, we can't even rebuy it in stocks. Nobody wants to invest in our emotions. You don't want to invest. White folks don't want to invest in emotions. You know what they invest in? Money, real estate. He has real estate property who has been owned by other owners. But because of the state, the testing from the state of Wilmington, Delaware, and you can't pass the exams, you have to give that shit up. I mean, there's history behind it. And I'm just trying to look for the actual post that I know of a person who owned this building before Umar. But imagine if they gave the keys to him and they say, "You can have it, bro. You can have it. You can have it." And it's in tip-top condition. It's in tip-top condition. And he had to put in a lot of work. That's where your money went to. How was it a $60,000 plus vax gets replaced? How does all that water, all the water that was flowing through the gymnasium, all that water was leaking out through the gymnasium? He got that out of there. Put in new pipes. Now we got water running. The plumbing, you couldn't even flush the fucking toilet. Now the toilet can flush. That's not good enough for black people. It's not. It's not good enough for you. It's not good enough for you. It's not good enough for you. It's not good enough.
Okay.
And emailing.
Did I ever tell you I like playing this game? It's a good game.
The college attempting to determine whether or not.
So basically, this lady Luck, she has Lennon-Honor syndrome. She basically has Lennon-Honor syndrome because all she's doing is just looking through old shit, playing Lennon-Honor's newest videos, which they're not new, they're old. They are not new, they are old. But you're looking for a behavior pattern of some sort. You're looking for substance. You're looking for something that says this guy is a bad guy. How is he a bad guy? How is a person who wakes up in the morning and thinks about his people, trying to think of ways to build up liberation and fundamental works and build up some type of freedom for these people, telling you specifically to do the work, but y'all don't want to do the work. You waiting on Charlie Hustle to give you a work. You waiting on Charlie Hustle to give you a check. You waiting on Charlie Hustle to give you a check. You waiting on the man to give you reparations. You waiting on the man to give you reparations when the man ain't gonna give you shit. The man is not going to give you a goddamn thing.
The college was in fact up for sale. We got no responses. And then suddenly, about 2 months ago, I get a text message from one of the brothers there in Virginia who said, Umar, the school is going up for auction next week. I couldn't believe it. I said, how can this be when we've been trying to get in contact with them for months? So I rushed and I sent the email to the realty company that was representing the college, and I was successful.
You're talking about St. Paul's College.
In being able to get a hold of the president of the college. And I expressed to them my intent to turn this college into the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for Boys.
Ain't no school happening. It don't take 3 years to get a school, and you got $500,000. It don't take that long to get a school. There's a million things you could have done to get a school. This coming up with every excuse on the planet. Well, my bank. What happened? The cracker's trying to get my bank, and they're trying to put liens on me.
This morning, I received a text message from one of my homies. He needed doctor.
That nigga has the nerve, the illegated gall to talk shit when your museum is full of shit. Who's still in that museum? The people bought that museum for you. It's not even a fucking museum. And on top of that, your black ass had the nerve to sue somebody. He had the nerve to sue Brandon. It was Brandon because he would expose. He had exposed his Hebrew. First, he's a Hebrew Israelite. Then he's a Pan-African. Now he's a FBA. Like, make up. I know pimping. I know pimping. Pimping has been pimping since pimping been pimping. I get it. What happened to your you had a web page, a website page. Was it isms or something like that? Isms? I mean, you ran a radio station that says isms. What happened with that?
Did y'all see that? Did y'all see? He's saying this in 2017. And then 8 years later, his bank is frozen. This guy, this is Tariq Nasheed, right? He is hilarious. I'm so glad he let it all out. Saint said, what was that you said about her getting into
Her voice is annoying.
It with Darius. Darius Cooks, the crook about the with the cooking channel, right? That's the same one. That's the one you told me about. Y'all see?
What meditations that I make is I picture myself in the universe, far above the planet Earth, looking down on the earth, sitting on a throne, meditating.
And guess what, Christian brothers and sisters? According to some of your scholars, Jesus the Christ was born on August the 21st, a Leo like the rest of us.
What scholar said that? Wait a minute. What in the world? How much more blasphemous is this going to get?
Oh my God. So you're going to have it to believe that Jesus was born in Jerusalem. I bet you dimes to dollars that she's going to say Jesus was born in Jerusalem when Jesus was born in Ethiopia. Why would you put a baby in the middle of dead winter when it was like what, negative 23 degrees? What the fuck is going on? It was Jesus. Oh, I didn't know the letter J was. I didn't know the letter J was invented back then. I didn't know the letter J was born in those days. I thought we were talking about Christ, not Jesus.
What scholar said that? I'm sorry. Let me say this. The foundation of my faith in Christianity and in the Holy Bible does not say he was born on August 21st.
Well, that's the problem. Christianity is only 200 years old. Boy, I can say more. But we gonna move on. We're gonna move on because I get some of y'all Christians mad, boy. Plus I got a Christian in the next room, so I'm gonna get some of y'all Christians mad. What the hell?
And we just witnessed this clown call himself the Messiah.
Exactly.
No, you're not Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
You're not even a good person, let alone perfect. And it's dangerous. It's so dangerous to compare yourself to that. This is rightfully titled the Messiah complex because it's definitely some sort of grandiose, narcissistic nonsense that he's got going on. He's got 16 voices in his head, people. Just want y'all to.
What my understanding is, and I'm trying to be nice, if you don't like what Umar is saying, you don't have to do a piece on him. You hating ass troll. You don't have to, as a journalist, mind you, she's a journalist or a startup journalist or whatever. You don't have to do any skits, any shorts, any videos. You don't have to do none of that. You're just doing that to up your base. You're just doing that to get clicks and views. You have what's called the Lenin Honor Syndrome. That's all you have is the Lenin Honor Syndrome. And Lenin Honor is as weird as it can get. See, you already have the title up here. Watch Party of Umar War on Black Boys series. He has a series. Well, he has more than a series. He has 16 years worth. 16 years worth of videos, and you don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious? Called his own father a bitch. Called Umar's father a bitch. And Umar's father even said it online. That this man had the nerve, just because he didn't go along with the program and said that his son was all doped up and coked up and shit, called him a bitch. Like, that's disrespectful. Like, Lennon, you are fucking weird. You really are weird. But this lady is even more weirder. Let's just say that. And you know what? Before I click on this, you know what I thought in my head? Y'all may not know this, but I used to be a part of the Umar sector. And there was the opposite of the Umar sector, which was called the AFW sector, right? They despise Umar. There were a few of us who had defended Umar back then. But it like this woman, anti-Afro Bengali, I'm thinking Lady Luck might be anti-Afro. I'm thinking she is anti-Afro. Damn near got the same voice. She just don't laugh. She just does this little squeak. She don't do none of that. But I'm sus. I am very. I look out.
Know that.
Do two things.
Umar's crazy. It's crazy.
White supremacy hell. And whether you for me or not, I'm going to do my father's work or die trying.
He did nothing.
I'm hoping the 400-year-old prophecy is true because I am the Moses. Harriet Tubman was the first Moses. Marcus Garvey was the second Moses. Prince Iftunde will be the third Moses. Well, somebody said, would you rather be Moses or rather you be the Messiah? That's a tough question. Would I rather be Moses or would I rather be Yeshua?
So anybody who is deep in spirituality, they're seen as weird. Dude, I'm this close to saying the B word. I know, like, right? Like, dude, this is some hateful shit just because he's deep into spirituality? You hateful heifer. God, I want to no. I can't believe I'm holding back because anybody who believes in the Mecca, she probably gonna go after. If you believe in Mecca, if you believe in Buddha, if you believe in any other God, that's your business. That is your business. But this dude is weird. Yes, I said dude. This dude is very, very weird. I don't know why y'all can't see this. I don't know why. If you can't see, I ain't gonna shit on nobody's religion. She's shitting on this dude's religion because she has this much hatred in her heart for him. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. So you have this much hatred in your heart for Umar just because he practices a certain religion or he practices Ifa, which is a spirituality. If he practices some type of, I don't know what he practices, to be perfectly honest with you, because it comes in all these different packages. But to you, a Christian, which, by golly, doesn't it say in the Bible, need not blasphemy our brethren? Doesn't it say that in the Bible, something about not supposed to judge others, yet ye not be judged? If you're a Christian, you're supposed to believe in these type of things. Very interesting.
You have been Yusuf, the Hebrew Messiah. That's a tough question. Because when you read the story of Moses, Moses was a nation builder. Moses was a nationalist. Moses was a Marcus Garvey, which is why Jesus was powerful too.
What? No. Where is he getting that from? There is no way.
The Hebrew Messiah. That's a tough question, because when you read the story of Moses, Moses was a nation builder. Moses was a nationalist. Moses was a Marcus Garvey, which is why Marcus Garvey's mother named him Moses, Marcus Mosiah. And when you read Jesus, Jesus was powerful too. You see, but Moses led a nation. Jesus didn't lead a nation, but Jesus was the Messiah. So if I got to choose between Moses and Jesus, that's tough. Even though me and Jesus was born on the same birthday, August the 21st. So I'm the Moses and the Messiah. That's what I am. I'm both. And the Messiah. That's what I am. I'm both of them. Okay.
He is crazy.
Somebody said I would look like Ramses. I'm gonna say something right now that I know going to make y'all think I'm a narcissist, but I got reading.
Y'all weird. This lady is weird. She is fucking weird. Yeah, I want to say real quick. James chapter 2 verse 13. Because judgment without mercy will be shown to anyone who has not been merciful. Mercy trumps over judgment. So why are you being so damn judgmental? Why are you being so damn judgmental? Just because he has a thing for Moses and Jesus? And I don't get it. Moses was the truth. That's what God made him to be. Noah was the truth. That's what God made him to be. But we're going to straight judge. What's another one? Hold on. What's another one? Accountability for judgment. This is 2 Corinthians. 2 Corinthians chapter 5 verse 10. For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, so that each of us may receive what is due us for the thing done while the body, rather good or bad. Let's go to Romans. Let's go to Romans 14. Romans 14, 10 and 12. You then, why don't you judge your brother or sister? Or why do you treat them with contempt? Question mark. For we will all stand before God's judgment seat. We will all stand before God's judgment seat. It is written. So then each of us will give us an account of ourselves to God. So we must not judge. We're not supposed to be judging each other. But yet, you call yourself a Christian. It's bad enough you call yourself a journalist, but you call yourself a Christian? You not touch the unclean thing?
In the United Kingdom a couple years ago.
Crazy.
I had a spiritual reading in the United Kingdom a couple years ago. And the sister who did the reading told me that I am a blood relative, okay,
Oh my God.
The spiritualist told me that I am a blood relative of Ramses II.
Stop.
Why waste another summer not
It's crazy.
I want everybody in the United Kingdom to hear me and hear me clearly. Francisca, help me spread the word. Do not allow this clown to get another reading from any of you people ever again. And I say you people, I mean the spiritual readers. Don't even allow him in your country. Blood relative to Ramses II. First of all, Ramses was the Egyptian pharaoh. The pharaohs had the Israelites in captivity. Moses led the Israelites, Hebrew people.
Moses, wait, what? Led who in captivity? I don't know if she's preferring to. Is she preferring to the Moors? Because the Moors were dominating for 700 years. I don't know if she's preferring to the Moors, to the Moors or not. Because quite frankly, if you think about it, we are the Moors. We are definitely the Moors. But that's a different subject for a different day.
Out of captivity, out of bondage, out of slavery.
Your Bible is misconstrued.
Moses never even walked into the promised land either. And God spoke to Moses to help lead the
Yes, he did get into the promised land. He just didn't walk into the door. He gave him permission to look. So technically, he did get into the promised land. Obviously, you don't know your Bible. You don't.
People. Jesus came as an extension of God in human flesh to redeem. He died on the cross, he rose again from the grave, rose from the dead in 3 days with all power in his hands. That's what makes him the Messiah. So I can't understand why he would want to relate himself to or even lie about being blood relatives of or a descendant of an Egyptian pharaoh while talking about being like Moses and the Messiah.
Obviously, you don't know your history. That's all that is. You do not know your history. First of all, as I said before, Christ was the only word, the only original name in the Bible. Do you know how many times the Bible had changed? It had thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of Bible changes, name changes. You had the new version, the King James version, the new version, the Heel Christian version, the whatever version. I bet she cannot tell us. She cannot tell us where the original scriptures are. She cannot tell us where the original Bible, if it does exist. She cannot tell us where the original Bible is. Because if I pull up some shit, it's gonna F up your mind. As a matter of fact,
Jesus was Hebrew, so was Moses. What? And now all of a sudden you're a blood relative of the Egyptians that had
Wait. I don't know why the hell I did that. I don't know why I did that. That was my fault. I was this nut. No, wait. The Lions actually beat. Oh, this sucks. The Lions actually beat Baltimore today. The Lions actually beat Baltimore today. Do you think that they're ready? I don't think they are. I do not think they are. Why did Baltimore Baltimore ain't the same no more? They're not the same anymore. They don't have that dog defense like they used to have anymore. That's crazy. That's just crazy work. Ashwaquazy in the Bible. Let me see. Ashwaquazy in the Bible. Ashwaquazy in the Bible. Ashwaquazy in the Bible. Ashwaquazy. If you don't know who Ashwaquazy is, if you do not know who Ashwaquazy is, you need to go and do your research. Do your research.
The Bible. There's been so many different translated versions of the Bible. So when somebody comes to you and say the Bible, where do we start?
The earliest recorded sacred writings. When one comes to a riverbank, you don't look at the riverbank from starting at that point. We want to find out where is the origin of this river. And only then can you understand the flow of the river. We have to go back to where are the first holy works written at? Where did the world get these concepts from? Let's go back to what is known as Per Em Haru. Per Em Haru means coming forth by day and by night. This goes back over 10,000 years ago, coming down through the dynastic period known as the pyramid text, the coffin text, right there in the land of Kemet, right there in the northeastern corner of Africa. There you can see carved in the 5th dynastic.
I'm a Christian that don't know shit. Because Jesus Christ, or whatever you want to call him, is actually Horus, the Egyptian god worshipped since 2200 BC, born of a virgin Mary, had 12 disciples, 12 gangsters, healed the sick and the injured, raised Asar from the dead, Asar translated as Asar, crucified, then resurrected after 3 days. Who does that remind you of? Jesus. Who does that remind you of? Jesus.
Period. During this time, our ancestors carved in the Medunetta, carved in stone their spiritual ascension of the holy writings. Later on, you have the Pentateuch. That is known as the first 5 books of Moses, written around 700 years BC. That was copied from the early Africans' writings of coming forth by day, by night, or Per Em Haru. Then you come down to the Septuagint version of around 250 BC, the Greek version of the Bible. This is Europe's first Bible. Where was it written at? Europe's first Bible today. Xander the Barbarian, not the Great. The Barbarian. After his death, the baton took over to
that go good.
African Hebrews at that time in Kemet to write for them their Bible, known as the Greek version of the Bible, known as the Septuagint version of the Bible. Where did they get their writings from? They copied from the early pyramid texts that I talked about earlier. This is how they got the reference to the Bible. Then you have other various Bibles, like the Babylonian Talmud, one of the most racist versions of the Bible. The Babylonian Talmud Bible was derived, some of its writings was derived from the Conference of Jamnia in 90 AD, where they literally made up the Ham story. This is allegorical mythology written by white racist theologians, and we believe this to be an actual story. This is an allegorical racist myth of the whole Noah story and the curse story for the taking of the African Canaanites' land. But you come all the way down to the John Wycliffe version of the Bible, the Latin Vulgate version of the Bible. That was Rome's version of the Bible. Then you come down into what is known as the King James version of the Bible, written in 1611 AD. The King James, who rebelled against the Pope of Rome, and King James said, I'm the king of this day, we'll write our own Bible. And the Pope was against James because of his own promiscuous behavior. He also suffered from phagocytis. It's a very serious disease. It's still going on today. And then he decided to get Sir Francis Bacon, Henry Saville to write the Bibles for them. Now, it says on the first page,
that version, the King James version, you know, he did some strange things to his relatives. You do know that, right? But we read the Bible after his name. And you call yourself Christians.
of the King James version of the Bible, that the book was diligently compared and revised. Diligently compared to what? To what I have just given you, the chronology going all the way back to African people who wrote Per M. Haru. That's why I said somebody knows something about us that they don't want us to know about ourselves. Even if we come down to the New American version of the Bible. In fact, England and America almost went to war because America wrote its version of the Bible. And England wanted their Bible to be the last Bible to be written. But again, America acting on the same basis that England acted.
Well, we all know that part of the history. We all know that part of the history. Thanks to Dr. Ben. Thanks to Dr. Ben Jacobin and John Henry Clark. But we don't respect those. We don't respect those leaders. No, we don't respect Dr. Ben. Ben over in Africa, who is actually, that's Ashwa Kwesi's teacher. That's Ashwa Kwesi's teacher. When has this lady ever done any type of research? But anyway, let us continue. Let us continue. Now, y'all have been asking me hellified questions. Y'all have been asking me hellified questions. It's like, why doesn't he start small? Why does he start this? Why does he start that? Well, right here, he'll tell you why.
European studies that a college-educated woman is likely to have half the kids she would have had if she wasn't college educated. They're not pushing feminism for black women's freedom. They're pushing feminism to reduce the size of the black family. You don't believe me? Study the roots of feminism. Gloria Steinem was a CIA agent. They financed her and invented her. And guess why the CIA gave birth to feminism? According to them, to get the woman out the house so we would have no resistance for the control of the child's mind. Did y'all hear that? Get the woman out the house, send her to work and to school. So when we start indoctrinating the children, there will be no adults to serve as a filter. I'm not saying that women can't go to college or can't work. I'm saying that we have to work together as a community to make sure there's always adults supervising the children and filtering what they watch. The number one complaint I'm getting from black mothers is what? Now that our kids are on this online school they got, gay porn on the side. So the teacher doing math and he got a second box over here looking at something he shouldn't be looking at. Biggest problem we got. And I'm glad they made us do the online for one thing only, because a lot of you Negroes was beating me down saying, Dr. Umar, why are you trying to open up a brick and mortar school? Brick and mortar is outdated. We need an online academy. Well, guess what? I told you then and I'm telling you now. Children should be taught by people, not computers. Computers can't hold their attention and teachers on the computer can't hold their attention. I get complaints every day from black teachers and educators. Dr. Umar, you were right. These kids do not like learning on a computer. I don't like teaching on a computer. They can't wait to get out this house and go back to school. Online learning is not the solution for black America.
There never was. Because this is the reason why kids act weird today. They have no trouble going online and interacting with each other. They have no problem with that. But as soon as I want to come, it's like, who are you? When I want to come, when I come meet you, I have a better reaction to you. We don't know who in the hell is behind door number 1 or door number 2. Now, some online classes, all you do is you get to see the teacher. And it will flash to one kid after another kid after another kid. It's not like the teacher versus, you can't put a whole entire box, at least not from where my kids go to. Because if my kids can't go to school, they have their computer right there and they do their schoolwork from home. They do their studies from home, right? But you're just interacting with the teacher. You don't see a student. You don't see another student until it flashes to a different box. I have no problems with online studies, but the interaction with children, the teachers interacting with children physically, seeing them in the physical, makes a big difference. A big difference.
But y'all had to go through that to see what I've been telling you all along. Stop letting white folks come up with your solutions. The only reason why online learning is so popular is because it's cost efficient. You don't need a school building. You don't need a school bus. You don't need a lunchroom. You don't need a gym. It saves people money. Now show me the research that says it's better than traditional education. Impossible. Education is a socially interactive, dynamic process. It must be done through people, not machines. Now, we will have a virtual academy at FDMG for the kids who can't make it there, but our primary platform is in your face. First of all, black kids have to be taught how to get along with each other. You cannot do that if every kid is learning in their own isolated living room. We have a problem with each other that supersedes the problem we got with the damn devil, because most of us are totally peaceful with white folks. But when it comes to other black folks, you turn into stone niggas.
Tell the truth, shame the devil. Tell the truth, shame the devil. Tell the freaking truth, shame the freaking devil. Yeah, well, people have their own beliefs, and I know people are tired. Black people are tired, frustrated, upset, psychologically drained. I get all that. I get all of it. Things got to be done right. Things got to be done precisely right. Otherwise, it'd be for nothing. And we would have gone through all this bickering back and forth for nothing, because black folks don't have no patience. Now, when it comes to the school, People say, there's already black schools. Name one. Name one that is owned now. Don't give me no goddamn Q butter. No, I'm gonna keep playing it. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna show you why.
Tell me I'm wrong. The black man is only an integrationist with non-black people. The black woman is only an integrationist with non-black people. When it comes to you integrating with other black people, you hate them. You can take the slave out of slavery, but the slave got to take the slavery out of himself. What you need is psychological surgery. And the only person who can do it on you is yourself. And as my ancestor Frederick Douglass said, whose grave I visited last weekend, it's better to raise strong children than to repair broken men. And guess what? Did you know that 56% of black America are under the age of 35? More than half of us are babies. Yes, brothers and sisters, most of us are 35 and under. So guess where I'm going to be focusing my attention on once we get the school up and running? The young ones. Get their minds right before they get polluted with social network. And we spending $4 billion on video games. Come on, y'all. How the hell your son got a video game and a special ed IEP? You can't have those in the same house. You can't read, but you got a video game system. You can't count, but you got a video game system. I always told you that if I was in charge of special ed in America, we wouldn't diagnose the kids, we would diagnose the parents. Talking about a learning disability at 5 years old. Five. He just showed up in kindergarten for the first time in his life, and you signing a paper for the white folks to slam him with a diagnosis already. A reading disability at 5. You should be ashamed of your damn self. You do not get children evaluated 7 or younger unless you think they're deaf or blind. You can't prove autism at 5. You can't prove ADHD at 5. Well, ADHD don't even exist, but some of y'all think it does because the white man made you think it. ADHD ain't nothing but alpha male behavior. The problem is the schools are run by women, and women only want to teach female children. And if the boy cannot act like a girl, he's automatically diseased. Ain't no such thing as conduct disorder. It's Caucasian disorder. They tired of crackers. The black boy can learn as well as any white boy can learn. But the black boy is suffocated by feminine energy 24 hours a day. He got his mother for 16 hours and a white woman for the other 8.
Why does he make fun of black men? Why does he make fun of women? He's a narcissist. He's such a narcissist. Such a narcissist. People don't even know what narcissism is. I'm free to admit I didn't know what a narcissist was until I looked the shit up. How the fuck is he a narcissist? Oh, the truth is too much, right? 90% of your kids are being taught by what gender? They ain't a black male. Black males don't. I have not, other than Mr. Island was one of my teachers. Other than that, I never gotten a black male to teach me. Or there was one that light-skinned brother, but he acted white as hell. But my point is, you have this many male figures teaching in schools, and you have this versus this many females. So who is actually teaching your children? Females. What nationality? Europeans. You wonder why we homeschool our children. Well, not me. I don't homeschool our children. My children is getting the best education they got in private school. It is what it is.
He needs a man. Put a man in that class, he'll sit down and never move again. And learn. And learn at the same time. So why they don't give all the black boys in New York City black male teachers? Because they got to lay off millions of white females to do that. Good. And Joe Biden ain't going to do that because Joe Biden was endorsed by both the National Education Association and the American Federation of Teachers. Joe Biden carried both teachers' unions. So if you think that devil going to do anything for your kids, you'll be waiting the rest of your life. And some of y'all think Kamala Harris going to put on a black Superman suit and start saving black folks when she rarely admits she belongs to us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So let me get this right. American history. That's the worst. The first woman president in American history, she has the chance to be. And y'all think she's going to throw that away to look out for black folks. No. See, this is the same type of schizophrenia you had during Barack Obama. The same Jesus Savior complex. Listen to me. There will be no one man saving black folks. Oh. It won't happen. Black folks will save themselves. It will be collectivist, it will be coordinated, and it will be all of us.
Any questions? Let me know if there's any questions and any inquiries, anything you need, anything you want to ask me. I'll try my best to answer it.
The reason you're so in love with the single savior phenomenon is because you're taught it in church, and outside of church is politically and emotionally conducive to your ego to believe you don't have to do a damn thing about your own freedom. Just blame it on Dr. Umar if you don't get free soon. What a bitch. Tell me I'm wrong. Every day they talking about Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey. Why the school ain't ready yet? Because it take money. I wish it was done in 1 year, but it take money. And then y'all want to compare the people who don't have schools but call what they got schools. He ain't got a school. That is not a school. Okay? In New York City, you got to be licensed to have an independent school, and you got to have a credential to get licensed. But y'all don't do no research, so anybody pop up and say, I got a school. A school is a legal term. You might have a club, you might got a tutoring center. That is not a school, but y'all don't know no better. And then y'all jump up and say, LeBron James got a school. No, he don't. That is an Akron public school. LeBron don't hire the teachers. He don't make the curriculum. He don't even know what's going on inside of there. And with all due respect, I got too much respect for LeBron James to think he would open a school and put all white teachers inside of it. That ain't his. That's a charter school.
But that's too much for people. That's too much for black folks to comprehend. Too much. They want Burger King. They want now. I support LeBron James. Send me to his school. I don't know what's happening in that school right now. I think it closed. At Akron, Ohio, I think that should close. Done. Finito. Got any other schools you want to mention?
Rose, that's a charter school. Sean Puffy Combs, that's a charter school. And it hurts my heart that black celebrities are opening up charter schools. You got money to own your school. Why are you taking a welfare check from the state? Because you're not invested in our liberation. That's why.
Indeed, I'll say more. But you like that type of shit. You like being told what to do instead of being the person to tell people what to do. You talk all day. Let us be in charge. Let us be in front. You would tell a woman, get behind me. Get behind what? What do you have to offer? Other than what do you have to offer? I got a house. What do you have to offer? That house can be foreclosed on. Most of you don't even buy the land that's on the land that's on the property. You don't buy them. wonder why you have to pay taxes on that shit every year. You don't own the property. And by the time you pay off the house, which will be 30 years from now, if you reach that part, that's why people can't even afford houses anymore. The market is that dense. You cannot pay on any houses anymore. The only thing you can do is rent, or rent a lease with an option to buy. You can't do it. You can't even buy the property. You can't even buy the land that's on the property. But you want a woman to get behind you because it makes you feel better. Get the fuck out of here.
Thank you. If it goes south, you want to make sure none of your money was tied into it. Are y'all following me, brothers and sisters? It's hard as hell to get the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy up and running. I got the city against me. I got coons against me. I'm trying to use all black contractors, and they trying to take financial advantage of me.
Joe Biden's home state.
It's a fight here. It's a fight there. I got like.
Oh, I did not know that. Hold on. No one told me that. That's Joe Biden's home state? For real, for real? I gotta look that up. I did not know that. No wonder he has a problem opening up this damn thing. Jesus.
5 fights going on to get this school open, brothers and sisters. Half of them I can't tell you about because you'll make the fight worse than what it is.
You don't admit it. That's bullshit.
But I got to get it open because every time I look at a black boy, I say, I got to do this for him because I didn't have it. Institutions are the solution, not voting. If voting could change anything, it would be illegal.
Pennsylvania. Subdeconia, Pennsylvania. No wonder. No freaking wonder. Mister, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. And you fell for that. You got the nerve to complain about Umar ain't opening up the school. Open up the school. You gonna help him? Well, I would then be quiet.
You really think the white man is stole and kill and rob to give you the ability to take it all from every 4 years? Are you crazy? Don't no vote change. You think y'all making it safe for democracy? You don't live in a democracy. You live in a white racist aristocracy. It's the rule of rich white folks, and that's all there is to it. And then you keep electing black folks to public office who can't do nothing for you because they wasn't financed by you. You want to keep us honest? You got to put your money up and keep us honest. No black person who's funded by the Democratic Party is going to be loyal to black folks. The hand that pays is the hand that rules. That's an African problem. Brothers and sisters, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad's memory is something we will teach at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. We can't thank him enough for being the unapologetically African black man that he was. We can't thank him enough for going into the mouth of the lion whenever it was necessary to save a member of our African family. And we cannot let the white man choose our heroes. Too many black folks are defending Dr. Khalid, the white folks. Why are you even discussing him with them? You don't owe them no answer. People ask me, Dr. Umar, why you don't debate some of these white scholars? For what? Now, if they make a donation, I'll debate them. But I have nothing to prove to white folks because anything you prove to white folks, they already knew it. Furthermore, they're not going to do anything about it. White racism is real simple, but it's so confusing to black folks because we've been indoctrinated by our religion to believe we must judge everybody on their individual merit.
Well, he did. He did. He challenged, or he debated Elon Musk's father, like as I said before. Now, I don't know if anybody had, because I would love to listen to the whole clip. I would love to listen to the whole clip, and right around, it's almost August or October, so I definitely, hopefully, will be seeing him again for the 4th time coming to Las Vegas. And hopefully I will ask him if we can do another interview together. This will be the last one. This would be the last one that I would want to ever do. Apparently, there's some things that need to be addressed. There's some things that need to be addressed, and I would love to have them on once again. Now, I don't have nerve. My nerves are just as is full of steel. The first couple of times were very nerve-wracking. This time around, I'll be good. But people will say, "You have connections to Dr. Umar." Well, tell Dr. Umar. I ain't gotta tell him shit because I ain't got connections like that. I don't have no connections to that Negro. I do not have connections like that. I wish I did. He doesn't ignore me, but he doesn't necessarily have the time. Every once in a good while, he'll text. Every once in a good while, he will text. But now it's like people are getting their pound of flesh on, especially this little sensitive ass, goofy female in Lady Luck. To me, she ain't no lady, but whatever. And I was gonna do a piece on that Lionel Richie looking nigga who had the nerve to come after the king. You come after the king, you best not miss, boy. But I really don't feel like it. I really don't feel like getting, because I was gonna do a piece on that Lionel Richie looking motherfucker who was sitting on his little couch and glazing that microphone like it ain't nothing, boy. You will always be like, we are. You're glazing Dr. Umar. Like, what's wrong with your king? And what's wrong with this? And what's wrong with that? And he's just sitting outside talking to himself like that, or he ain't saying nothing. He's just on the waist like he's smoking crack or something. I'm like, and you look like you hadn't been slept in days. Like you look like a gay onion. You look like you. You look a gay onion. Oh, I think his name is Andre or something. I had to look this nigga up. Hold on. Random. Oh, God dang it! Had the motherfucker. Random University. Some random university nigga. If you look up Random University, it look like he ain't been Lionel Richie. Send the Commodores, man. You will always be broke ass Lionel Richie looking nigga. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. If I at one point in time I felt like going in on a nigga, but pause. But I don't want to do that because my purpose is to not. Because if I want a rant show, if I just want to dismiss Negroes, dismiss white boys like Random University, I would. I really would. But I don't have the energy. I don't have the time. Say la vie, my man. But the next time if I hear my name come out your mouth again, I would have no choice but to get a couple of Red Bulls and just let shit fly. Like, you're gonna fly like an eagle. polluted ad. No, I mean, like this is what irks my craw. A person who is let's just say a lifelong Umar supporter, let's just say, versus somebody who's not. Now, we may be cool with one another, but we just have a differences of opinion and we like whoever we like. Like, this person can like Joe Biden, this person can like Donald Trump. It is what it is. At the end of the day, I'm not stressing over it. You ain't stressing over it. This world, when it comes to Black people, this world is against you. Point blank, period, end of discussion. But since when it comes to certain Black people in the pro-Black space, we are free to pick and choose, right? We're free to pick and choose who we like, who we don't like, who we dismiss, who we not praise, but like give props to, and like, I hope this man is successful. Well, Umar is one of those pro-Black people that I have been following ever since Professor Griff came on the scene, and it just soared on from there. Now, people may like him, love him, hate him, whatever. You have your premise, but do not come at me just because I support the man who has done more than your tiny little skin crackhead Black ass has ever done in your entire fucking life. Don't come at me, dude. Do your thing. Get as much lubricant for that microphone as you can and just stroke it for your fucking ego. Do whatever you want. Just do not come at me. Otherwise, I am going to Skip Bayless your ass. I am going to unleash fury, hellfire, and fury. I ain't got time for the bullshit. I really don't. If you don't like Umar, that's your fucking business. I don't have to hear about it. Just because you take some of my videos and you bust a nut all over the fucking TV or the TV or the computer screen and your computer, and you wonder why your computer's so fucking sticky, you looking at me. I'm heterosexual. I like pussy. I like say it with me. Pussy. I don't do dick, nigga. So why are you glazing over me? I have no idea, bro. But you are the weirdest agate I have ever seen in my life. You are an agate, bro. Now I took the F out. Figure it out for your fucking self. Now, this is the last time I'm gonna have to tell you. I'm gonna have to tell Random University, aka Andre, or whoever the fuck your name is, to tell you, leave me the fuck alone. This is your first and final warning. Now, where was I?
So religion has erased from the African consciousness the knowledge of groupthink, group effort, because we've never worked together as a group lately. So when somebody tells you all white people are racist, it don't sit well with you. It goes against what you learned in a mosque. It goes against what you learned in the church. What do he mean all white people are racist? You can't say that, Dr. Umar. Yes, I can, because they all are. Thank you. Do you know what racism is? Racism is not necessarily racial hatred. Every single white person may not hate you, but every single white person want to control your resources and opportunities. Do you understand the difference?
But everybody loves Charlie Kirk. Everybody loves Charlie Kirk. Every Black man and Black woman, not every Black woman, but there are those Black men and Black women who love the hell out of
in the
Charlie
1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, 4,000
Black men, women, and children were killed
Okay, so
in
if
violent
your-
lynch
if
mobs.
that's your explanation, but I guess
Racial
so, but
terror
black-
permeated
black
American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is
You don't
worse
think
than it has been
that
in the last
affected
80 years.
the generational psyche of an entire group of people?
No, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just.
But you got people like this.
Charlie Kirk was not racist. Charlie Kirk.
That's all I needed to hear. You love the hell out of some goddamn Charlie Kirk, boy.
Racist.
You would stomp Umar in the face, step over him to get to some Charlie Kirk. How sad and misguided are y'all?
Racism is not about how they feel about you. Racism is about making sure they are in charge of you. Racism is about power and opportunity, nothing else. All your white friends you hang out with, and the white boyfriend and the white girlfriend you got with your nasty self. Okay? Do you not think they don't know they white? Do you not think if something triggered off between their community and yours, they not standing with us? Ain't a white person you know going to side with the blacks. They're going to go with their own people. They're going to go with their own people. And in addition to that, some of us think, well, okay, we can't work with the whites, but we can work with all the other ones. No, you can't. Chinese can't stand you. Arabs can't stand you. Mexicans can't stand you. None of them like you, which is why I don't understand why you push multiculturalism. What are you pushing multiculturalism for? Name me a group that has ever went to bat for black people your whole time in America. Give me one.
Not even black.
The Native Americans got their casinos and then wrote into their own contracts, their own constitutions for the reservations that got the casinos that no African American, even if you prove that you got some native blood, you cannot lay claim to the wealth of the casino. Go do your research. And you can't wait to tell somebody how much Cherokee you got in your damn blood. They can't even stand your ass. But that's what happens when you got people who have never been raised on a steady diet of self-love. We've never been taught to love self. We've been taught to love Jesus. We've been taught to love Muhammad. We've never been taught to love ourselves. And that's why we need a new educational paradigm for a new black psychology. The two things what we must start with is education and economics. If you say only two things in the new year, brothers and sisters, we must focus on education. We got to change the way our babies think, because right now they think like y'all, and that's not good. Because you only black 40% of the week. You Caucasian the other 60%. We need black kids who are 100% black every day of the week.
Tell me where he was wrong. Tell me where he was wrong. But you got people who constantly hate all day. Look at his dissertation and said it's full of trash. But yet he does more research, more feasible research than the average Negro. There are only a few that are ahead of him. But we don't want to be better. We don't want to be better. We just want to be, we want to be white. Because white makes everything okay. Makes everything all right. You go on these platforms and you try to shame most black folks, but yet you're the one that's eating the white cake. But as soon as they get rid of your ass, all of a sudden you want to be black again. Ain't that a bitch? Anton Daniels was one of them. Anton Daniels, I mean, just straight disrespected Malcolm X. He just disrespected Malcolm X. I don't have to play the tape again. It's unnecessary. But we don't want to believe in the freedom and the revolution of people. We just don't. We just do not. And it's sad, and it's very sad that you will listen to a woman who has no, put it this way, has this journalist ever contacted Umar, instead of having this pure hatred, for a man that you have never met, have you ever bothered to text him? Have you ever bothered to pick up the phone? You know, WhatsApp app's free. Get with them on WhatsApp. Get with him on us. He puts his number out for the people to text him. He's not gonna call you or anything. But again, the question would be, have you contacted him? And you say, I'm a journalist from such and such and such and such, or I'm practicing journalism. I would like to discuss with you about your financial issues or whatever problems you have with Dr. Umar. Because right now what you're doing is not good. It's not good. You're reaching, and you are damn sure crabs in the barrel mentality. You really are. You are crabs in the fucking barrel. Lady Luck is crabs in the barrel. But she's no different from Lennon Honor, which she is following. she is following. She's a follower. She's not a doer. She's a follower. She's following a light-skinned Negro who is so obsessed, so sad. Man. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that too. I guess she's mad. I guess she's mad for the simple fact that, hold on, let me put this on screen. I guess she's mad because of this. Hold on.
People have been homosexual for centuries, for thousands of years. Homosexuality is not.
The Greeks was gay.
Nothing. There's nothing new about
It
homosexuality.
comes out of Greco-Roman culture. There's no history of homosexuality in Africa prior to European contact.
There are people,
and if there is, I'd like to see the proof.
What about people in Igbo cultures of intersex people? Like all this different genders.
Okay, most homosexuals are not intersex.
It's not.
Most lesbians are not intersex.
I'm talking about genders,
There's
not
no such thing as a
homosexuality.
lesbian. That's fake.
Sexuality is a choice. Gender is a choice. But I believe that
gender's a choice.
Yes,
gender is not a
if you're
choice.
born
You're
with a
born a
penis
man
or
or a
a
woman.
vagina, you're chose.
Gender is not a choice.
Scientifically,
Gender is not a choice.
Scientifically, sex is how we determine if a person is male or female. Your sexuality is not a choice. If
Dr.
you're
Umar
born
Johnson?
a male or a female, that's not. Your gender is how you are seen by society.
That is my young engineer.
According to who?
Scientifically.
According to who?
What science?
Because that has no precedent in traditional African culture. So where are you getting those definitions from? You're getting them from white people.
So that's what you're mad at? That's what Lady Luck is mad at? Because scientifically, you cannot prove that a man is supposed to be a woman. Scientifically, that's not proven. Scientifically, there's an XY chromosome and an XX chromosome. I believe we are the XX chromosomes. Women are the XY chromosomes. You can, oh my goodness, I don't even know why I'm even entertaining this. A man needs to be with a woman, and a woman needs to be with a man. It's that simple. End of story.
Lil Boosie and his son on social media, and unfortunately, we use social media all the wrong way. It's sad. They were letting you know we're not rocking with the Wade family on, gender identifying babies. Will you touch on that topic, please, Dr.
Well, I am of the firm opinion that the Creator only made two genders. For 99% of human history, there have only been two genders. all of a sudden in post-Obama America, and he had a big role to play in this, all of a sudden we now have about 6, 7, 8 different genders now. And it is absolutely ridiculous. And to me, it is a form of cultural imperialism, because Black people coming from an African tradition, although we've had our struggles with the LGBT movement, that is not something that we openly advocated and advertised, and we never accepted it as a normal way of things. That's the difference. Although we may have always had homosexuality, as you mentioned a minute ago, there was an etiquette to it. You would not bring that around the children. You would not discuss that around the children. You will keep it with you. Now it is changed. Now it is out front in your face. It's being taught to the children in school. I actually predicted this about 20 years ago, and people called me crazy when I said they would start teaching homosexual studies in the schools. Well, it's there now.
And they don't even teach African American studies in the school. They don't even teach African studies
They don't
in the
even teach
school.
Black history, but they will teach gay studies.
That's a fact.
Not only that, there's currently a movement for homosexual reparations. They're arguing that gay people are entitled to reparations for all the years that they were not allowed to get married and all the years that there was a stigma against them. So they also want reparations like Black people want reparations. But here's the thing I want to be clear about. There's no such thing as a gay child. There is no such thing as a gay 7, 8, 9-year-old child. That situation that's going on with Dwayne Wade's son, to me, it's hurtful. And it's hurtful because you don't allow a 12-year-old child to make a permanent, irreversible decision about their life. Right. Now, if he wants to make that decision when he turns 18 as a grown man, that's different. But at 12 years old, you're only in the 6th grade, 7th grade, 5th grade in some cases. You don't even know who you are yet. How dare your father let you make an irreversible decision that's going to affect you for the rest of your life? What if that young man turns 30 or 40 or even 21 and begins to revolt against this new lifestyle that his parents allowed him to select for himself? What happens when he starts going through depression and drug addiction and alcoholism, promiscuity, because he's now upset at the fact that he should have never been allowed to make this type of decision? We have to stop letting America dictate how we raise.
John, I don't know what the homosexual movement or whatever you want to call it is like a direct assault on Black masculinity.
And welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, big man. Welcome to the show. Yes. Woo! We all remember this nigga. Where's the party? Nigga was running down the street butt ass naked. Had to go to jail. I wish they would have let him stay in jail. Nah, he need to get out. He needs some help. He on them Xannies or some shit, bro.
I don't agree with that.
Well, and it is a direct assault on Black masculinity. There's a new term that's called toxic masculinity, where they basically want to demonize masculinity. And all of this is about eugenics. All of this is about population control. All of this is about the destruction of the Black family. And let me say this point, I'll be quiet on this one. Black women need to really check themselves on this issue of toxic Black masculinity, and on this issue of feminism, and on this issue of promoting and proliferating LGBT lifestyles amongst our children. And the reason Black women in particular have to be on guard for their own hypocrisy is because you can't, on the one hand, say there's not enough Black men to go around and I can't find a good man, or I can't find a man at all, but yet you support a lifestyle that is going to reduce the available pool of Black men and make it even smaller than what it already is. You are either for the Black family or you are not. You cannot be for the Black family and be for a lifestyle that is eroding the fabric of the Black family.
Hey, you remember when he went on Fox Soul? Y'all remember that? And he was speaking truth to power then. But then all of a sudden he started speaking to a lady, which I was tricked. I was duped. I was fooled that homeboy, the dark-skinned homeboy, was not a woman. She was a man. And he didn't know that. And he was calling dude sister and this and that. I mean, we didn't know, so we give him a pass on that. We definitely give him a pass on that because I didn't know until he found out afterwards. See, this is what Fox does. This is what Fox does. And homeboy clapped back and he's like, he was looking at this, the dark chocolate and all that nature came out, and I'm like, ugh. Like, calm it down, bro. He ain't giving up the Sean gonna stick to you. Hell no. Hell fucking no. Yep, that's Billy Porter. Billy Porter was singing his ass off. Now he's singing that part.
Well, being the only woman here, I would just like to say that people have been homosexual for centuries. For thousands of years. Homosexuality is not
the Greeks was gay.
Nothing. There's nothing new about
It
homosexuality.
comes out of Greco-Roman culture. There is no history of homosexuality in Africa prior to European contact.
There are people,
and if there is, I'd like to see the proof.
What about people in Igbo cultures of intersex people? Like all this different genders.
Okay, most homosexuals are not intersex.
It's not.
Most lesbians are not intersex.
I'm talking about genders,
There's
not
no such thing as a
homosexuality.
lesbian. That's fake.
Sexuality is a choice. Gender is a choice. But I believe that
gender's a choice.
Yes,
gender is not a
if you're
choice.
born
You're
with a
born a
penis
man
or
or a
a
woman.
vagina. You're chose.
Gender is not a choice.
Scientifically,
Gender is not a choice.
Scientifically, sex is how we determine if a person is male or female. Your sexuality is not a choice. If
Dr.
you are
Umar
born
Johnson.
a male or a female, that's not. Your gender is how you are seen by society.
That is my young engineer.
According to who?
Scientifically,
According to who?
What science?
Because that has no precedent in traditional African culture. So where are you getting those definitions from? You're getting them from white people. You're getting them from white people.
If scientifically we
White
define
dictionary.
male, if
No,
we-
that's not
if sci-
scientific.
if
That is not
scientifically
scientific.
we
Well,
all.
that's just like saying black and white. It's something that they made up. Black and white is fake.
Exactly.
So if we all
gonna
agree
go
to
through that.
understand that sex is how we
Well,
determine
it's
if a
really
person
African
is-
and non-African.
If we all agree that it's sex is how we determine if a person is male or female, then that is how we identify a person's sex. How we identify their gender is how we see this person. If they're more masculine or feminine, social understanding rather than scientific.
But you determine the baby through the womb of the woman. You determine the sex by the womb of the woman, not the womb of the man. A man does not care. The man does not carry nothing but the seed, and the seed is generated into the woman, and the woman, after say 7 to 9 months, is it conceded? I forgot that word. What's the proper word? The woman is after, basically in Negro terms, after busting the nut in a woman, the woman gives birth to that child after 9 months. Right? I'm just gonna go. You do not bust nuts in a man. That is an abomination. Our bodies weren't even supposed to be connected together as a man and a woman, but due to the curse of, not the curse of Ham, due to the curse of Adam and Eve, because they were hard-headed and they got kicked out of the Garden of Eden, we experience pain. So what does a woman experience every time she has a child? Pain. But nature takes its course. And this is the reason why we're not supposed to lay a woman down to give birth. She's supposed to elevate by standing up and giving birth. Because I'm fucking up. Because gravity pulls you down. It doesn't pull you sideways. If a man, and yes, there has been experiments on a man being pregnant. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. And it's disgusting, disgusting to this very day. And people don't have to like it. You don't have to like it. You can love it, hate it. You can do whatever you want to do. This is 2025. And in 2030, I'm going to love this. I am going to love what happens next. Hopefully, we have survived by then. This is 2025. People can do whatever they. I'm not saying that they don't. But you're not going to convince me, a heterosexual man, a man that loves pussy. A man that loves pussy. A man that loves a woman cannot convince me of any other that gender comes from this source, that source. All that is false.
Culture, sex, and gender are not separable.
Right. And I agree with that.
Sex and gender are not separable. You are not born a man but choose to be a woman. That is anti-African propaganda. That is white folk stuff. That is not ours.
Dr. Umar Johnson, that is my young millennial engineer who, for the most part, I love hearing their
perspective.
His
perspective is interesting.
Well, we must allow the dialogue. It's healthy.
But
we must allow the dialogue. He grew up in grew up in a generation that has to face this type of a thing. When you and I went to school, we didn't have to choose if we wanted to be a boy or a girl. We didn't have that choice.
It was not part
we
of
were
our
boys. It was just we never even thought about being a girl.
However,
But now
there
in
were
this
always
generation, it's
people.
changed.
However, there were always people who were feminine or who were masculine. So
Yes, there were, Queen, but here's the point that I want to make sure you get. I agree with you. We've always had to deal with an undercover brother in the community. That's not the issue, though. The issue is the systematic promotion of that behavior as a normal alternative lifestyle.
Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. We may go overtime tonight. We may do a little bit of overtime tonight. Just make sure you click that like button. Just make sure you click that like button. Make sure you support the channel. If you like the content or want to support your boy with a couple of dollars from the congregation, go ahead and put some money in the congregation, Cash App, or Super Chat. Go ahead and Super Chat your boy. Go ahead and Cash App your boy. Hit like, share, and subscribe. Or become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel.
Yes. That's the issue. The issue ain't whether we had gay people. The issue is whether or not we ever promoted it as a normal choice of life for our children. That's the issue.
And
well, who are we to say that it's not normal for them? It's their normal. It's not our normal, but it's their normal.
No, I'll tell you what's normal, okay? Because psychology determines what's normal and what's not. What's normal is what is in the best interest of the community. That's normal. So for Black people, what is the benefit of the open promotion of lesbianism, homosexuality, bisexuality, and transgenderism? Give me one benefit that accrues to the Black community by promoting that. I can give you a bunch of detriments. Can you give me one benefit?
The benefit is that they are happy being who they are.
No. I said, what is the benefit to the community? You're giving me individual benefit.
Well,
what is
I guess the happy people would be better people in the community if they live in their true self. If in your truth, then it's not for me to say.
That's what communities determine culture that we're going to behave.
We live in a white culture. We just Black people living in a white culture.
A white culture, sister. No. Don't run away from the question. About the Black community. What is in the interest for
Dr.
It ain't
Johnson?
about individual preferences. It's about the best interest of community. And us, we are so individualized. We are so selfish that we can't even begin to wrap our minds around subjugating race.
Wait. Wait a minute. Oh shit. I just thought of something. Oh shit. I just thought of something. Remember what? Remember in New Orleans? wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Oh, We-On-Loc. Why are you laughing so hard? Nigga, I almost forgot. I think it was a couple weeks. Hold on. I gotta find dudes dressed in red. Dudes dressed in red. Let's see. Is this what you want to promote? Is this what this heifer wants to promote? I think this heifer wants to promote shit like this. Hold on, motherfucker. Hold on. Hold on, you remember this shit? This is the black law. This is what the law. Damn. This is what you want to promote. You want to promote this? All right. That's enough. God damn. Motherfucker, that's enough. You want to promote that, Lady Luck? Huh? Is that what you want to promote? What the fuck is wrong with you? Is that what you want to promote? Lady Luck, I'm answering your question. Hey, wake up. Is that what you want to promote? But you had the nerve to diss Umar. You want to lost your damn mind. That is sad, bro. That is sad. Now, hey, if that's what you want to do, by all means. But guard your children. That's all I got to say. Guard your fucking children. I added it. I was like, wait a minute. This is what this woman's promoting. I mean, you have a problem with his spirituality. You have a problem. You have a problem with everything what he does. He cannot change his shirt for one day. But it's okay because you haven't been out the house. If you haven't been out there, see, we overzealous stuff. If you have not been out the house, if you've still been in the house, of course, we're going to take showers. But if you haven't been out the house and you haven't done anything, not necessarily going to change your shirt. You don't have to unless you're willing. If you're going out somewhere, then I advise you to wash up or something. But that's great. But this is what you want. This is what they want, niggas. This is what these motherfuckers want. This is what you want. True. I'm old enough to remember when we used to call all those white folks shit because we knew where it came from. Of course, it came from the Romans. It came from the Romans and the Roman Catholic Church. Why do you think when you look up above and you see these little babies? These little babies with wings, and they call them angels. Think. It ain't illegal yet. You gonna call babies with angels? And this is the Roman Catholic Church. Roman Catholic churches are known for what? I'll wait. I'll fucking wait. This is crazy. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Well, anyway, let's continue.
And that's what's wrong with black people. We're the only people in the country who cannot subjugate your personal selfish agenda and make it second behind the best interest of the community. And that's why we're losing.
And that is why it is important, sir, for people like yourself. I want to personally thank you. You are ahead of.
Look at that nigga on the left. I mean the right. Ladies, this is what you want. This is what you are for. This is what you cheer for. Ladies, pay attention. This is what your mans are turning into. A bunch of zesty sissies. And this is the reason why the black community is losing, because your babies aren't being born. They're being made. You're taking a simple stick and you're putting it up your vaginas and all this other stuff to freeze your eggs or whatever. I don't know how that shit goes. We do this shit naturally. Me and my wife do this shit naturally, and this is the reason why we have 2 kids. But this is what you want to promote? Lady Luck? Huh? This is what you want to promote. This is what Umar's against, but this is what you want to promote. Sorry ass nigga, call yourself a fucking Christian. Fuck out of here.
Your time, people will not understand you for the most part. People will not, just like your ancestor who was ahead of his time. And I pray that you are not too late and others like you are not too late, because what's going to happen is the few that do listen, that are conscious, it is going to be upon us to be the example of this is my true position in the village, as a man, as a father, as a husband, as a whatever that position is, and that has to be instilled in the parents. I can remember coaching young kids who mama might be selling her cell phone Figueroa or no daddy at the house. Coach, I'm hungry. Can we stop and get something to eat? Boy, when you get home, somebody will feed you. Far from the truth. And not only would no one feed him, the 2
How many of y'all take y'all kids to school and y'all see children's pride books? They took a simple rainbow and they turned it into something that it wasn't. Now you see nothing but rainbows. We got a pride thing going out here in Las Vegas pretty soon. I'm not attending it. Not attending it at all. You're going to have a big, giant, floating and Negroes and white dudes circling around. You can get gay pride, but you can't have national and international black pride. Ain't this some shit? You can have gay pride, but we can't have a national and international Black Pride Week. Oh, we cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked.
Hours that I spent with him is the only 2 hours that anyone gave this child any attention and catered to them to the point where when you send them back.
Where's that book? Where's that book called Man Boy Love? Y'all ever heard of that? Y'all ever heard of that book called Man Boy Love? How many of y'all heard of that book, Man Boy Love, in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you ever heard of it. Put a 2 in the chat if you didn't hear about it.
If you send these kids kids back to parents who are not good parents, that little 2 hours meant nothing. And that is why I do believe a lot of our young, if you shun the village to feel its warmth.
So what if we gonna shun the gay people? That is
good question.
So our boys don't have everyday black male professionals to admire and emulate. The only thing they see is the athlete and the entertainer. So that's one reason. So we got to look at the black professional males who are vacating the hood, leaving these boys with the opinion that the only thing I can be is a basketball player, football player.
All this shit right here, all this garbage ass shit that's on the internet or online. This man, boy, look at all this crap. Look at all this. Reading Boy Love by Lando Smithers. You got all this shit here. Boys in Love. It's crap. A bunch of crap. And we got the nerve to send our kids to school with this shit. This would be the last one though. This would be the last fucking one. Now, this is a couple of years back. I remember this is. I couldn't even find it. I couldn't even find the whole clip. But here we go. Let's on pause.
Number one social movement in America. Okay, you didn't have a president, Obama, running around giving gay people more rights in 4 years than black people got in 400.
But you
it is the number one social movement in America.
But you
and
act
it is
like you're
more
upset
important
that he
than
did
black
that.
people.
You act like you're upset. Okay, black people built America.
That's right. Being gay and being black is not the same thing. I'm born this. I don't behave this. I be this. Homosexuality is a behavior. Being black is a state of being. Don't confuse who I am with what you do.
No one's confusing anything. But what I'm saying is this. They're still human like you.
They can be human.
Well, let's take away all gender
He
roles
didn't give
and
them
all
human
labels.
rights. He gave them gay rights. He didn't give them human rights.
But they're still human. It's still a
He
right.
didn't give them human rights. Do you know what Obama did? He put the homosexual agenda above the black agenda. Being gay is more important than Michael Brown being murdered. Being gay is more important than Trayvon being murdered. Being gay is more important than your son getting a decent edge. Oh, yes, it is.
No, because
yes,
guess what?
Homosexuality is the number one social movement under white
It
supremacy.
is the number one social movement.
Yes.
But what happened when you
Do
had
you know
those
why?
homosexuals and those transvestites that were getting killed that were black? Were their lives no better than Michael Brown or Trayvon Martin's? They're
You
still
missing
the same.
something.
No,
You
I'm
missing something.
I'm
They
not
wasn't
missing
killed for being
anything.
gay. They was killed for being black. Do you realize that white
No,
homosexuals
they were
are still racist?
they were killed
White
for their sexuality.
homosexuals
They
are
were
white
killed for their
supremacists.
sexuality.
White
Let's not confuse the
homosexuals are
two.
white
Let's not
supremacists.
confuse the two.
No, you're
Let's not.
confusing
I'm not
them.
confusing
Race
it.
and sex is different.
No, race and sex
So
is
you- okay,
different.
okay.
But
So
guess
you're
what?
gonna
They
point
were
out-
still black.
You're gonna
They
point
were
out-
still black.
You're going to point. They wasn't killed for being gay. They was killed for being black. You're going to point out a couple. Listen to you now.
Listen to me. No, listen to
the
you.
ridiculousness. Listen to
How
the
is that ridiculous?
Listen, I'm about to give it to you. Black people, there's a black person shot by a police every 7 minutes in the United States of America. But instead of dealing with a systematic nationwide movement to kill off black boys, you want to redirect my attention to a couple of gay black folks who may have been shot for being gay when we got a systematic movement that is ridding the world of black folks.
It was a systematic movement when it came to the LGBT community.
To make the homosexual movement as important as black life.
I'm not
You're
saying.
gonna do
I'm not
that.
saying.
You're-
You see how they're taking over? You see how they're taking over the movement? Everything is important. Everything is important. Being who you are, just being happy. But look at underline these words. We just want to be happy instead of we want to be free. We want to be happy. We haven't been happy in so many years. The white man did you a service. I'm just going to tell you right now, the white man just did you a service. During Jim Crow era, he did you a service. During the Willie Lynch, he did you a good service by tying you big, strong brothers up, wrist and ankle, and tearing you apart limb by limb. First, humiliating you, beating you to a buddy pulp, then tearing you apart limb by limb while smacking them horses while they're each at every single angle and just ripping you apart while the nigger women and the nigger infants watched you get torn apart. Take away the mind, keep in the body. That's the premise of white supremacy. They want to take away your mind and thinking that all this unsurreal stuff is absolutely okay. Absolutely okay. What does being gay got to do with anything? It has everything to do with it. But it's a choice. It's a choice for you. It's not a choice for him because his brain is not developed enough. But you don't see that. I say he's going to be fine. He should be able to do whatever you want to do. Okay. If your 11-year-old son is free to do whatever he wants, take his ass outside. Just pack a bag, pack a lunch for him, take his ass outside, and do not come back until you get something of construction. Do something constructive. Get a job. Go ahead and get a job. At age 11, and I don't like Bruiser that much, but when it comes to shit like this, I'm all for him. I'm for him when he says, this is some abnormal shit, and we need to discuss more about the disciplinaries of Black families. How he does it his way and how I proceeded another way is two different ways. We're going like this and we're going separate ways, but our contingencies are the same. We believe in the Black family, but how the hell are you going to have a Black family with two niggas or each other? What kind of shit is this? How you gonna have two women bumping chests with each other or bumping clitorises with each other? Is that natural? Yeah, it's like food, right? Sexuality is just like food. Let's just say you like, what's your favorite food? My favorite food is pizza. Your favorite food might be lemon pepper chicken. You go to get the lemon pepper chicken, you eat it, and to your brain, it's good to you, right? And it goes all the way down to your lower chakras, and it feels good to you. But the thing about it is, you can't have it every day. But your mind is psyching you up to the point where you are supposed to have this thing, lemon pepper chicken, every single day. And when it comes out the grease, if it was baked, that would be one thing. But it's coming out the grease, and grease is not healthy for. We're not even supposed to be eating meat. We're not even supposed to be eating meat, as the good Khalil Muhammad has stated us. We're not even supposed to be eating meat. That's trash. We're not supposed to be eating pork. We had no choice but to feed it. And you know who fed us? You know who fed us that stuff? White folks. But because we didn't have a choice, the Black woman gave the worst part of the pig We all know that the black woman is a genius when it comes to cooking food. Now we're just all over the place, just eating shit like it's out of style. Lessons learned.
I'm making it more important. What I'm saying is Black Lives Matter, all lives, right or wrong.
No.
Why? Why?
Listen.
Why?
If you want to fight for other people, you fight for other people. I'm not crying no tears except for black people. No tears except for.
Okay, I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna shed a tear.
I ain't crying for Latinos. I ain't crying for Arabs. I ain't crying for Jews. It is my people who hurt me. Don't get me to go fight some gay fight.
Guess
your
what?
people in trouble, and you want to fight the gay
But your
fight.
people,
Come
some
on.
of your people, some of your African people are
suffer
gay.
for being black first.
They suffer
Being
from being
black
black,
is first.
okay, they're still black.
I'm not going to condone.
They're still black.
I'm not going to condone.
They're still black.
But you are missing the point.
I'm
that
not missing the
biggest
point.
Issue that we face is racism, not discrimination based on sexuality. That is not the priority. Staying alive is the priority for black people, not being gay.
But guess what? Regardless if they're gay or they're straight, they're still losing their lives as black people.
Then
So
fight-
why is it?
I just said that. Black people are under attack, but you want to piece out the gay thing.
I'm not
and give it
piecing
a
out the gay
priority.
thing. I'm trying
not
to say
giving
to
it no
you,
priority.
I'm trying to
I'm
say
not
to you
giving
that
it no
regardless
priority.
of the fact of
The
not,
homosexual movement, my sister, was put in front of the black agenda in 1969 with the gay riots, right after Dr. King's assassination, on purpose to take the black agenda off the table and replace it with something else.
I don't think
that
the
was
black
less-
agenda came
hold on,
off. I
that
don't
was
think the
less
black
threatening
agenda came
and that
off.
would
I
not
don't think the
threaten
black agenda
white
came off.
supremacy.
I don't think the black
Ain't nobody
agenda came.
This is the one thing that irks my nerves about some women. It's crazy. And I hate to say this, but black women, not all, y'all promote this type of shit. Y'all do. Because your friend and your friend's friend you met in junior high and high school, y'all was buddies back then. Then y'all graduated high school and you couldn't wait to be with the motherfuckers once again. You were free. You were free from school. You were free. But you went to the same place that your gay friends went. And you thought nothing was wrong with that. And this is one of the reasons why you didn't even get married. To a real man who does enough is enough of this shit. I mean, I had no problems with you being gay, bro, but you ain't bringing this around my family. Even my family's family know not to bring it around my children. Oh no, enough is enough. But this lady don't get it.
Came off.
Oh, really?
No.
Who pushing a black agenda then? Who pushing a black agenda? Because everybody I know pushing homosexuality.
No.
Obama didn't push it. Hillary
What
ain't
everybody
pushing it.
is doing
They
now
pushing
is
gay
they're
rights.
free to be
I'm
open
telling
and
you,
be
and I'm
who they
tell all
are.
your listeners, ain't no homosexual thing more.
Yes, a slave. They're free to be slaves. Is that what we want to be? We're still slaves. Those who don't think this type of thinking, they are free. We are still stuck in the matrix, whether you believe it or not. And that's a fictional movie. But in real life, it is as real as it can get. Real as it can get. Real as it can be. Because you promoted it that way. That's why in the real red pills of this community should stand up. I'm talking about the real red pills, not those red pill Negroes that just downplay women. I don't like that shit. But we're talking about the real red pill real red pill black men and black women who believe that man should be with a woman and woman should be with a man in order for reproduce a social construct. Not social construct. Why did I even start with that? A man and a woman need to be together in holy matrimony to produce wealth, power, and influence in this country. and let the tree continue to grow within our communities. You're not going to be able to do it with man on man and a woman on woman. Even nature tells you it's wrong. And you wonder why we have all these unnecessary hurricanes and floodings and storms and just things that could just take us out. And you wonder why the shit like this that we consume every single day in our bodies, and we wonder why we get so sick. You're supposed to be, well, I don't have it. It's supposed to be in an actual container where we can filter water like this. And this tap water becomes alkaline water once we put it in a filter. We're not supposed to be eating meat. I don't mind a good turkey burger. Believe me, turkey burgers are good, but we're supposed to be eating food that is alive. We're supposed to be eating food that ABC parents.
Important than black people. Quote it, put it on the shirt, damn it. Nobody come before my people. I don't want to talk about
But guess what? Some of your people is still gay.
So what? That don't make that issue more important than the fact that black people suffer from white supremacy. Our biggest issue ain't being gay. Our biggest issue is being black.
Regardless of the fact, I think you're missing the point. Honestly.
Is there another question?
No, we're going to stay on this question because it's okay for me to hear your point, but you just don't want to hear my point.
And I think it's ridiculous.
And I think your way of thinking for that is ridiculous.
The gay agenda with the black agenda.
It's not an agenda. It's not an agenda.
It is an agenda.
It is not an agenda.
Agenda.
Okay, so if it's not
you must know nothing on the history of the gay struggle. You must
Seriously?
know nothing on the political history of the gay struggle.
Sometimes,
for you to sit here and say it's not an agenda.
Guess what? Everything is not politically farce as you might want to make it seem.
For real? So the gay thing.
I think you're exaggerating that.
So I could give you facts on mine.
I could give you facts on mine, but you won't give me a word in
the gay agenda. The United States government. Explain it.
Yeah.
Money goes from the government towards gay issues.
Which faction of the government?
The federal government gives money to homosexual organizations to take that out.
Okay. It does not affect doing my research. It's the fact that the same way the LGBT community came in is the same way the African community came in. No, I can let you speak. If we're going to have an open dialogue, let's have an open dialogue.
Where black women have one of the highest infant mortality rates in the world. We got a situation where black teenagers are the first and would rather hire because of race. We're going to spend a greater part of the rest of your broadcast talking about gay issues when black folks are catching hell.
I just made
you,
the
my
point.
dear, has made homosexuality more important than black people.
No, it's the one thing. You know what Dr. Umar, let's be fair about this. When you don't want to talk about something, I notice like how you try. We could talk about it. There's a lot of issues, but this was one of my questions.
I done already told you I don't support it, and it's not more important than being black. I don't know what more you want me to say. I told you the gay kids could come to my school because they're not gay anyway. They're just being brainwashed by a social movement that wants to replace black agenda with gay agenda.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If that's your strategy, what have you done present day to help alleviate this?
Alleviate what?
Alleviate this disorder you claim they have.
Alleviate homosexuality.
Correct.
Do you know you go to jail for even talking about that you're going to do therapy that will reverse some sort of homosexuality?
But you just said that in your school.
Knows what being a black woman is, and they will love it so much that the homosexual confusion that public school and TV and media put in them will automatically go by the wayside. It is not about mental health. And as much as African people and African American people, I agree with you. We fail to recognize when our loved ones and people in our lives need mental health care. But at the same time, I cannot fault us for being so reserved in our efforts to get that help. You know why?
Why?
Because white psychology is largely responsible for the institutional white supremacy that we suffer from. It was colleges who created eugenics. Francis Galton, the father of the study of individual psychology, he's the one who said black people were intellectually inferior to white folks. It was psychologists.
Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. We in overtime. Hit that like button. Let's get it.
Because intellectually they can't keep up. It was the field of psychology that birthed white supremacy. So you can't fault a black person for not running back to the same massa who's responsible for his social ills to provide his mental health support.
Okay, and I get that, but this is my question to you as a psychologist.
White people cannot help black people. That's the problem.
I get that. And no, we do not have enough African American, or even Caribbean-like doctors that are still of African descent in your field. In your teachings and in all that you've learned, why as a race are we like?
She is right about one thing. We don't have enough doctors, Caribbean doctors, teachers, lawyers. All we got is journalists that don't even know the difference between Christianity and spirituality. But I digress.
Black people suffer from extreme humanism to the point of ridiculousness. Our greatest gift is also our worst curse. On one hand, we are the ultimate humanitarians. We love everyone. We love to treat everyone great. We are very open-armed. That's how the European and the Arab took Africa in the first place, because of our benevolence and goodwill. It's our gift. We're the most humane of all humans because we're the first human. But on the flip side, you have to know how to control that and how to check that so you don't get exploited. Let's say you're a real good sister on the block. Everybody comes to you to borrow money. Everybody comes to you to borrow things they need. To a point, that's good, that you are very chivalrous and want to help other people. But taken too far, it will be used against you. And that's our problem. We do not know how to practice. As our late great master teacher, fellow Pan-Africanist, Dr. John Henry Clark said, we don't know how to practice the exclusive self.
Oh, he doesn't know how to pay homage to Dr. John Henry Clark. I think I was told that he doesn't pay homage to anyone. He just likes to copy and paste. He just mentioned, he just gave John Henry Clark pop. As a matter of fact, they teach us that in college. If you're going to copy and paste something, make sure you put a name on it afterwards.
Of survival. Every group is a little selfish to make sure they have something to pass down to their descendants, except black people. We are overly in love with everybody else except ourselves.
That's true. I can't argue with that. I honestly can't argue with that point. Some of the tension down.
We good. No, we good. Die for you. So any agreement, disagreement
of my heritage is something
it's a part
I don't.
of your heritage, but you are an African.
Yeah.
You wasn't born a human. You was born an African who's a human. You cannot separate culture from creation.
You cannot, but why put a label on
because
something?
We are at war. We cannot practice the illusion of inclusion and act like we don't understand that the world has put the Africa at the bottom of the political, economic, and social ladder. We are at the bottom, and in order to climb up, it requires that we give ourselves exclusive priority and focus.
So you
don't have to hate. Are you at no?
So why if as a race, why as wait a minute, why as a race, if we're considered to be on the bottom, you yourself, my African king, doesn't consider himself to be on the bottom.
Your mental positioning does not change your political economic reality. Do you own a supermarket in New York? Do you own an airline? Do you have a distribution network? You can mentalize yourself out of oppression.
But
No, we don't.
No,
and that's why we have to. No.
Okay, so technically
And
you're on
that's
the
why
bottom
we
with
have
us.
Yes.
But you just said you weren't.
Because I know I'm not less than another person. But as I also said, politically and economically, we have to lock arms, my queen, and raise ourselves up out
the gutter together. But
And
we
can.
cannot do it
We can.
except with a commitment to our African identity. It's the fuel that every culture uses, you understand, to build. Chinese are proud to be Chinese. The Jew is proud to be a Jew. He ain't a human. He ain't a multicultural. He's unapologetically a Jew. And you have to be unapologetically African because of me.
So you bring me to my next.
That was deep. Well, unless we change something about white people were created in white people were created. Yeah, there was a lot of things that were created back then. They took their original name, our original everything, names, product. We were kings and queens. We were kings and queens back then. Back then we had all the Bibles. Or back then we had all the gold, all the diamonds, all the land. White people had all the Bibles. And then you turn around, you wake up, we have all the Bibles. White people have all the gold, all the diamonds, all. The Mayflower was a son of a bitch, wasn't it? The same Mayflower that your ancestors were in, but people don't want to search. People don't want to know who they are. People just don't want to know who they are. And it is quite sad because you got too many people here in the United States proclaiming Africa, we got no business out there in Africa. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Do you know if Africa goes, so do you. You have no other allies. Who is your allies? The British. The British represent you have a British representative that can advocate for reparations for you. But how much of a number are you expected? How much of a number do you expected per capita? How much number you expected to get per family, per capita? Kind of crazy, ain't it? What was I gonna look for? I was gonna look for something, but I don't have it in my head. I don't have it in my head yet. We don't have it. We don't have it in our heart to change. We are not lineaged. Name one person in your family who is lineaged. I know. I mean, no disrespect to you, to the sister. No disrespect to some of you sisters, but some of you sisters really need to get off that foundational Black American gravy train. You really need to get off the great gravy train. Because unless you can trace your lineage from all the way back to the 1800s, technically it's the 1700s, but if you can trace it all the way back to the 1800s, like Umar can, I believe. Look, Ancestry.com is the best thing for you. Your grandfather was born in 1875, and your grandmother was born in 1885. Were they rich? Were they rich? If they were rich, if they had a piece of real estate, just like I do. If you have a piece of real estate, and if you could trace your lineages all the way back to the 1800s, then you're good. Then you're absolutely good. But not everybody can do that. That's my point. That's my point. But still, you are Pan-African. Technically, you are a Moor, but until we can figure all this shit out, you are Pan-African. You can't trace it to everybody. I mean, I get the gist of it. I get the gist when you say the word "we ain't black" or whatever the case may be. I mean, melanin. I get the whole melanated term, but we haven't even figured the shit out yet. Asians have. That's why they get reparations. That's why everybody's been getting reparations, but us, because we can't figure shit out yet. We cannot be separated. We cannot separate ourselves. That is an endangerment to our brothers and sisters and to our children of the black community in this society. This is the reason why we can't even get along. This is the reason why. I mean, no disrespect, but the military has completely fucked our ancestors up. Completely. Because you consider our Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine to the day that you die. And they keep dragging, and they keep drilling that in your mind. But you were forced. You were completely forced to be in that position. They didn't sign you up. They did not fucking sign you up for that shit. They put you on the front line, just like in World War I. They put you on the fucking front. Have you watched Glory? Have you watched fucking Glory? You didn't start building generational wealth until the 1700s. And then all that shit went away. There were people, actually, I gotta listen to that diaspora kid. That diaspora kid really gave. Now I know what I wanted to look up. Now I know what I wanted to look up. No, hold on. Now I know what I wanted to look up. A man who was actually putting foot to ass. A man who was absolutely putting foot to ass. Let me see. Abraham Toribe is absolutely positively gender. Now I can't even spell. Let me see here. Aha! There we go.
Laughter fills the air. Men and women openly love each other without fear. Now imagine that overnight, this simple act becomes a crime. Just holding someone's hand, just a tender glance, could land you in prison for years. It sounds like a dystopian movie, doesn't it? But no, it has just become reality in Burkina Faso, a small country in the heart of West Africa. In September 2025, the military government, led by young President Ibrahim Traoré, passed a law that shocked the world. Homosexuality is now considered illegal, punishable by 2 to 5 years in prison, along with heavy fines. The reason given by the government sounds simple: to protect traditional values and family. But behind those words lies a much larger struggle between culture and human rights. between national identity and international pressure. And over the next 30 minutes, we will dive deep into this story. Not just the short headlines you've seen, but the background, the people, and the controversial choices shaping the future of a nation. The question for all of us is this: is this truly about preserving tradition, or is it a dangerous step backward for human rights? To understand why this controversial law emerged, we first need to look at the bigger picture of Burkina Faso. This is a small, landlocked country in West Africa, home to more than 20 million people. Its name, Burkina Faso.
Let's see, there's another one. Well, oh yeah, he is doing the goddamn thing. And
you have Snap or Medicaid, you may qualify for a free iPhone or Samsung plus up to 10 gigabytes.
Over just the past 3 years, Ibrahim Traore has turned Burkina Faso into one of the most dangerous countries for our community found anywhere on Earth. While he publicly brands himself as a liberator, an African nationalist hero, and a revolutionary savior of the continent, behind the scenes, he has relegated Burkina Faso to little more than a dystopian cesspit where being queer is punished with prison and where decisions are made in Moscow rather than Ouagadougou. You see, Ibrahim Traore is not just a violently anti-LGBTQ dictator, but is also a sellout to Russia's growing imperial ambitions in Africa.
now he's a sellout. Okay.
Yes, Burkina Faso has kicked French influence out, but in doing so has invited a far more sinister and demanding puppeteer to take its place. An overlord that not only seeks to extract resources, but to also export its anti-LGBTQ ideology in return for its patronage. And while the warning signs of this imperial influence have existed in the country for at least 3 years, the culmination of Russia's crusade against our people in Africa took place just over a week ago, when on September 1st, 2025, Burkina
Faso bans homosexuality as a crime punishable with prison fines. Yep, doing the damn thing. That's what happens when you get control of shit. That's what happens when you can get control of some shit. That's what we need over here. But we don't believe in morals and ethics and shit like that. We believe in a dream. We believe in just being happy. Trayvon Martin happy? Was Jordan Davis happy? Was Michael Brown happy? Y'all need to make up your minds what y'all want to do, man. Make up in your minds what you want to become. If you want to become gay over there. If you want to be a fascist, be a fascist over there. If you want to become a realist, if you want to become a Pan-Africanist, because that's all we got in this country. Everything else is falling by the wayside. Adolf's, you're not getting nothing. Nada. You can dress up, you can be a female and dress up in as many suits as you want. But the mere fact of the matter is just you have no lineage, or you have no leverage, excuse me. You have no leverage. None. You have no leverage. You have no one to vote. Your favorite senator, your favorite congressperson, she was not chosen for a reason. And they're going to get dominated for the next 3 years. So buckle up, sit back, eat some popcorn, and see where this goes. FBA is two controversial niggas. There's two controversial niggas talking about some controversial shit. This is a lineage, and a leader that don't even proclaim he's a leader. We have lineages. Whatever. Get where the wealth at? Where the wealth at? Where the wealth at? How come our brothers and sisters can't get a piece? Lineage, my ass. Hebrew Israelites, I love you. I respect you. Goddamn, we united we stand, divided we fall. Black Panthers, united we stand, divided we fall. Muslim Temple number 7, united we stand, divided we fall. It took one tragedy for us to come together, bro. That is just, I mean, I love it, but at the same time, it's sad. I was there. I was literally there when we all came together, and the brothers just shook hands with the other brothers. I had made a video about that a long time ago. But this doesn't, listen. My Jamaican Africans, my Africans from South Africa, my Jamaican Africans, my Jamaicans, my Haitians, my British, we rocking with y'all, man. We are rocking with y'all. Hell, my Australian, all my Australian brothers and sisters, right? We are all what we got in this world. But we are so full of fucking hatred. Make up in your minds who you want to be, or else it's too late.